Well, hello there. It's stream number 400. Just trying to see if I have transcoding options. Looks like I do. Just starting up all the things here. My uptime counter is going. My break timer is going. My current task says starting up the stream. I have the right page up. I don't have the link in Discord. I'm missing that. All right. Let's put that into the Discord. Today, I'd like to spend time refactoring the game tools I recently ported from Python to Rust. The link there. All right. How's it going, Nui? I think everything's set up now. Everything's set up? Cool. Let's... Current task. Reviewing... Well, this is refactoring Rust code. Reviewing the work so far. There we go. Hey, there's 715209. Okay. Close all that. Realm server source. No, wrong directory. Tools. Rust admin tool. C17R. Just resubscribed for 3 months in a row with Twitch Prime. Woot! Thank you for the resub, C17R. Greetings, program. C17R, greetings. Okay. Work so far. So I did a little bit of work last night. I should review what I did. Okay. Most of it is in... I consolidated 3 different things that the scripts tool was doing in the background. So the common part of the tool lets us know... Hold on. I need to open the other file. Common. Lets us know when to start doing other stuff. I added some code so that we know when to stop doing the other stuff. I need to refactor these names. These names aren't good. But, so now the stop is going to be called when the, oh, I'm being raided by Mr. Halsey. Mr. Halsey, who is much better at Rust than I am. How are you doing, Mr. Halsey? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. If you've never been to my stream before, here's a little link to get you started. In general, I'm working on a well, it's about to say open source, but it's not. I'm working on a game engine from scratch. And one of the things I'm doing recently is learning the Rust programming language. And so I took this tool that I wrote for my game and ported it to Rust. And today I'm going to be refactoring it. Hello, Belier. Hello, Mr. Halsey. I did forget something else on my tool. I didn't say click that, and there. There we go. Now I'm good. Something for me to read later. TypeScript to Rust with commentary. Whoa. Thank you, C17R. I still haven't read the stuff from Crocodoctopus from yesterday, or not, from the day before. I'm sort of behind in catching up on stuff. Thank you again, C17R. Yeah, so this asynchronous task where we're handling messages from the server, what I didn't realize we should be doing is when the stream is closed, when we're done waiting for the stream to finish, we should tell the tool to stop its other work too. Otherwise, it gets stuck where... let's say an error happens. It gets stuck with the tool trying to do its other work even though there's no possible way for it to proceed. So I put in this call to do stop other work. And then what stop other work does is it's pushing into a channel another element of another kind of event. So I invented this new enum to capture all kinds of events that the tool does. So most of the time it's going to be doing file system events. That's what this tool ends up doing in its work, because it's monitoring the file system for changes, and whenever there's a change, it might have to upload something to the game. So in addition to that, now there's also the begin step. I used to have that as a separate one-shot channel, so I merged that into this same channel along with the new stop thing. So the way this begin file watching file system happens is on start watching file system, which happens at the end of on scripts, which we get when the server has told us what scripts are in the game. So once we have basically synchronized the scripts locally with what we have in the game, then it's time for us to start watching the file system locally. So that's why this now sends this event, and that event, along with the others, gets handled now in the main asynchronous task called other stuff that I don't have a good name for. Hey there, man. And A squared, how are you doing? So I tried to clean up. This is the asynchronous task that the tool does for its own stuff, other stuff, own stuff, whatever you want to call it. And it's now cleaned up a bit in that there's only one channel that we're processing called other stuff receiver. And there are three kinds of things it can do. It can begin watching the file system, it can respond to a file system event, and it could stop. And I needed to have this empty stop arm here to make the match here catch all possibilities, but we should never get a stop there because I have a take while here that will cut off the stream early if the event matches stop. So I had some extra print stuff here, but I removed it because, yeah, part of the cleanup, I didn't need it anymore. Other stuff event, yeah. I need to come up with a better name for that. It all goes back into this name, right? So if I change that name, I'm going to be changing it everywhere. Other stuff. That's part of the refactoring today, is coming up with better names for things. Okay. Oh, I also opted to go back to doing a use. I'm actually considering just changing my opinion from before, where I wanted to avoid doing use to collapse namespaces, because it's really darn convenient when you're gonna chain these calls to stream extensions. Otherwise, the syntax is really complicated because you'd have to say stream extensions for each, and then inside of that say a stream extensions take while, because of the way these are ordered and structured. You can use unreachable or stop. Oh, really? So right down here, I can say it's unreachable. So right now, if I comment it out, the compiler isn't smart enough to know that the take while will avoid going into the for each. So it says that, hey, you're missing an arm. So you're telling me I can do unreachable? Without panic or something? Unreachable. There we go. Just to make sure that that really is unreachable, let me try to get the stop to be handled. Yeah. Open up a shell, please. Let's start the game. Go cargo build release. And then sit here in the stage. And I need to hack it so that we're actually going to stop early. So I'm going to do that by going to where we calculate the signature of the auth challenge and just muck with the signature. My favorite way to muck with the signature is just add 1 to the first byte. Yeah, hopefully it really is unreachable. I could always have made a mistake with my understanding of take while. Okay, so I'm going to run scripts. Yeah, so that error then ends the source stream, which tells us to stop, and so we get there. So it didn't panic, it just exited naturally, which is what I wanted to see. So you know what we could do here is we can say debug event to see the event when it goes through there. I can't do that? It doesn't implement debug. Oh, I can fix that, right? Where did I put it? Here. I can say derive debug. Cool. Now it can be debugged. Build that. Hey there, JT. How are you doing today? Good afternoon. Imagine the unreachable macro also evaluates to the never types that can work with anything. Yeah, probably. I can look into it and see what it actually looks like. Yeah, so we got a stop event, right? And it did what I expected. This little matches macro said yield evaluated to true, and then that became a false, which told the take while to stop taking from the stream, and so it ended the stream early and it never got to the for each feature to handle that event. Whereas if I were to comment that out, we'll see a whole bunch of events that go through. There's also unreachable unchecked, which is dangerous if it is actually reachable, as it causes optimization. Okay, yeah, I kind of just want the ordinary normal behavior. Yeah, so here we get the event to begin watching the file system, and then if I start to make file system changes, we'll see that happen. Attack, change that, and we see these file system events, right? Modification to a file, and then it updated the script, and then these are where the events bounce, right? We actually got 3 of them, even though I only made 1 change to the file. So change it back. Gonna get more file system events. Yep. All right, so we don't need to debug it anymore. And I don't need this hack. I'm wondering if I should leave the debug in there, though. It might be convenient. Okay, one of the things I need to refactor here is it's building the common part twice. I don't think we need to do that. If I made it a library, it wouldn't do that, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so that works, and if I do items count or something, then it does its work and exits early, which is all good. Hey there, Plasma. 5 zeros. How are you doing today? Okay, so a couple things I need to do. I need to find a different name other than other stuff. I need to make that a better name. I need to make it so that instead of doing a pub mod that we actually pull in from a common crate. Right now it's 1 crate, so it's going to build common twice, which I don't want. Actually, I can have a single lib within this, right? So maybe rename common to lib. And then I need to change how this works, right? Let me do this first. I need to update my current task. That's the wrong file. This one. Okay, so refactoring Rust code. So putting a common part into a library module. I think that's the right terminology, right? Side work, uncommon work, because there's the common part and then the uncommon part. Concrete work, yeah, something like that. I think all I need to do here is rename this to lib.rs, right? And then, do I need to put something here in the cargo? I'm not sure if I do. And let's see if I can get away with not doing that. And instead of pub mod, I would just delete that, right? The question is, do I need to go into here and put this under a mod common? Because it's going to complain about common now. So what if I say mod common and then go to the end of the file from here? indent in that block. Oh, that actually worked. Only I got compiler errors here. Why am I getting compiler errors? No method names. Why am I getting a compiler error? I don't know. Oh, because this use is outside the module? It has to be inside? Okay. Now it's inside. And now this is broken again. Okay. I need to reread how do we how does it locate its own library? It's not through pub mod, right? Oh, does it the library have to be pub? That has to be done? Alright. That's not the error that I'm getting, right? It's use of undeclared type or module. It's undeclared. It's not that it needed to be marked pub, it's that it doesn't know that that's the name to find. I have to do that at the top of this one? No, but this isn't the common module. These are the concrete tools. Crate common? Ah, okay. So I have to see something like use crate common. Nope, it didn't work. Unresolved import. Do I have to say colon crate? Say use common. Nope, none of that works. Nope, that's not it. Something I'm missing. I'm wondering if it's in the TOML file here. Because this doesn't list that there's any library. Maybe I need to list that. I don't remember. I should just review the book. What does the Rust book have? Oops, wrong one. Rust book. Common isn't pub yet. How do I use or import a local Rust file? Is that going to help? I'm just going to review the book since I don't remember how the cargo TOML file works. Well, that's what I was doing before, and the problem is it was compiling it twice. Like it wasn't, what I'm trying to say, it wasn't compiling it once and then linking it. See, that's what I had before. I don't want to do it that way. Yeah, library, that's what I want to do. Yeah, but I don't want to have two crates. This is saying to make two crates, right? Let me read this closely. As an external crate. Yeah, this is making two crates. I don't want to have two crates. I want to have one crate, which has a library and multiple binaries, and have those binaries use that same common library. So that didn't really help. Let me look at the crate stuff. I can't remember what chapter that was in. Time for an umbrella project? I don't know what that means, Above Siegel, but hello. How buff are you today? Change your mod common to pub mod common, then it can be accessed. That's what I had before, though. That I don't want to do that. That's what I had before. The problem is that then it compiles common twice because I have two pub mod commons. When I had an error in the common, it would literally give me the same error twice. Using crate common, that's what I tried. It didn't work. I'll try it again. Use, is it using? Because I didn't even think that was valid syntax. No, it's just, it's use, right? And that doesn't work. It says unresolved import. No common in the root. So I think I'm missing something maybe in the cargo toml. Some, like I might need to have a lib here. Getting less buff every day from staying inside so much, but you can do indoor exercises, right? You can put it in the toml. Yeah, exactly. I need to relearn how to put it in the toml. That's why I'm going back to the book to reread that section. I just need to find out where it is. Is it here? Packages and crates. Module system. Okay. None of this is showing the toml file. I might have to go back and look at the toml file that's created for this. Hold on a second. Alright, I'm back. Creating a new Mac. A less buff seagull? Oh no. Yeah, this isn't really helping. I don't really understand it. This chapter wasn't like written well for me. For my style of learning, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It'll compile twice because there are 2 bins. It'll compile the common twice. So even if I moved it into another if I had 3 crates, it would still compile. It would make 4 compile steps. So if I made 3 crates, 1 with the library, 1 with items, and 1 with scripts, are you saying I would get 4 compile steps, not 3? May I send you a sample of code? I need a way to somehow null check a pointer if it's been deleted. How can I do that even that's possible? How about you try posting to my Discord? There's a channel for coding help there. If no one's able to help you, by the time I get to the end of my stream, I'll check it out. Rust up doc cargo. All right. And it's in blazing white again. How do I turn that off again? Is this one? Here we go. And it's too small. Okay, and I need to make the window not so wide. All right. I don't know where to go. Do I read it from cover to cover? Let's just go through the guide. And I need to change the zoom level again. Package layout, maybe? Why does it keep changing the zoom level? Okay, well, let me test the assumption that I made. I had an assumption that if I had 2 binaries and a library, that there'd only be 3 compilation units. But if what you guys were saying before is true, then I actually had 4, and then what I'm doing is unnecessary. So to test this theory out, let me go to put this in Tools, Rust, and I'll do cargo new items. Can I start with a capital letter? Yeah, and then cargo new scripts. And that should make, right, 3 different folders, right? 3 different crates. And then basically I'll take the items, copy that and paste it into this main. take this scripts, copy that, and paste it in scripts. And then remove items and scripts here. So we just have a lib, and then we don't list bins anymore. All right. And there's a name for the overall package. Right, so then I think the way that works is I have to say that that is the dependency. I need to do that in both. And the version number has to match, okay. And then I need to make sure that those are all in the top level TOML file. So then I would list items and scripts. And try it out. So let's do let's blow it all away first. Cargo clean. Failed to clean, can't parse because I have 2 quotes. Now we're cleaning. You have to give it the location. Added a yep, you got it. The way you usually do it is have a source bin binary name, and then Cargo will automatically know that there are several binaries. Yeah, well, the binaries worked. It's just that the common part was being compiled twice, but it might be just I don't understand what I'm doing. So, cargo build. No matching package found. Oh, there was a way, yeah, I remembered this. You have to say it's a local thing, right? I have to say like version equals that. Path equals ... admin tool or something like that. I think that's it. This is blocking now. Can I just... The Rust analyzer is getting in my way right now. Can I just kill it? Should I just kill it? How about you just stop? There we go. I wanted to make sure it was clean before I did this. Cargo clean. There should be no target folder. Okay, cargo build. Is Workspace similar to Solution in Visual Studio? I think so. 99% sure cargo clean is rm-rf target. Yeah. Might clean some meta somewhere. Leave Rust analyzer B doesn't take well to be meta. Well, I don't take well to it getting in my way. I want to make sure that this only builds some of the common part of the tool once. Okay. I need to... I think it's going to build correctly. I just have the references wrong. Why is that in red? I don't know. I don't think it's that. I think I need to reference this name, right? And I need to say, like, use that as common. That's my guess. But I don't know. Let's see if I got it. I also might need to pull in some of these dependencies. Yeah, so some of the same dependencies I need to carry over, like the surd JSON needs to be over here, right? What else might I need? It's reloading. This probably has the same issue, right? It doesn't know about surd. Okay, this one needs future stream extensions. And the notify watcher. Okay. So, I definitely need... I need to find out where stream extension is. I don't know if it's in futures or futures util. But I do need surd and notify. Down here, right? Notify. Actually, it doesn't even need to be in the comment at all. It's needed down here. And actually, N comes before O. You figured out how to include local crate. Yeah, this way? Yeah. I did that at some point off stream, I think. How can I build multiple binaries within cargo? Let me grab that link to look at in a bit. I just want to test a theory I have that this should only make 3 compilation units and not 4. 400th is Rust, that's correct. Also, thank you, Clayman. Happy 400th, yep. How are you doing today? Also, hello to Denelson, 020898. Hello. Human or robot, we cannot tell, but hello, greetings. And Winterlore Game. Hope that you have posted your thing in Discord. I'll get to that when I have a chance. Okay. Do I need to tell this thing to reload? Probably. Now, what's next? Crate items should have snake case name. Okay, fine. It's not snake case name. We'll fix that in a bit. Okay, I need to find out what this unbounded receiver, what crate it's in. Was that in... Do I use that in the common here? BSC. I do. Okay, let me find out what crate that's in. That's in Futures Channels. Futures Channel. Really? I'm not even listing that as a dependency. How did it... Let's do cargo doc. Screaming snake case! It says it's in Futures? It's exported by Futures? Okay. Where did it say that? I don't see where it says that. I was gonna look at the cargo doc to see that. I like how the computer is doing my documentation for me. Documenting this, documenting that. Nice. Because using Futures. So, are you saying I should just trust by the namespace that it's in the Futures crate and not Futures util? One thing that makes me skeptical of that is this stream extension's looking like it's in the Futures crate. I'm pretty sure it's not. I think it's in the utils or something. When you go to the definition, it takes you to the original place where it's defined, not the re-export. Yeah, well... Does that mean I didn't actually need the Futures util? Because I thought some of the stuff I was using was in Futures util. I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot, you know. I don't mind being wrong because then when I get corrected, I learn. Alright, let me look at this and I'm going to look at unbounded sender, for example. And then this will say what crate it's in, right? Where does it say what crate it's in? Futures, right here. Okay, so it is Futures. You guys are right. You guys are right. Okay. I just don't know if I can trust the namespace yet. I guess I could remove that and see what happens. Am I using anything in Futures util then? What's in this that I might be using? I think aren't I using join? I think I'm using join. Yeah, see? Here's where the namespace is Futures, but it's actually not in Futures, it's in Futures util crate. See? So I can't trust the namespace. It's in a different crate called Futures util. I think also the stream extension is in here, right? I should just look it up. Stream ext. Yeah, see, it's in future. Oh, actually, it's in both. Is it wait, how could it be in both? What? Is this one of those things where it's re-exported? It's re-exported by futures, so if I go to... You said click show definition. I didn't see... I see show declaration. I don't see show definition, but I could go on to this one and click source. It's in futures util. And if I go... Oh yeah, there we go. It's in the futures util crate. But it's re-exported by futures. Does that mean I don't need this dependency at all? Because this one pulls it in for me? So I probably don't need that, we're saying, right? Let me just not delete it, but just comment it out. We're guessing I don't need that, but I do need to pull that into this crate because this one uses futures in a bunch of places. Okay, it's broken right now. Yeah, this will be complaining about futures, right? So this needs to depend on futures as well. All right, what else do I need to do here to fix things? I need ring and hex. So grab that and put it here. There and there. And rescan. How are we doing now? Okay, I'm missing some things. Oh, ring is needed in this one too? Interesting. Okay, probably don't need hex though. Alrighty. No errors here. Errors still here. Async task. Okay, that needs async standard. Okay, I think we're getting it. I don't know if it's needed here though. Let's copy it for now. Let's see if I should test like removing some dependencies to see what we actually depend on. Think you only need futures? I think you're right because I commented out the futures util dependency and nothing broke. Okay, I only have 2 warnings now. So I don't need futures util. What else do I not need? I guess I can go one by one. Rescan. Okay, that gave me an error. Here. Okay, so we do use that for block on. Alright, so then I need that. That I definitely need. I'm pretty sure I need that because we used that. Actually, it right away told me I needed it. Do we need PEM here? I wish it was a little bit faster. Use the cargo plugin cargo udepths to find unused dependencies. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to try that. So I probably don't already have it, right? Yeah, so I would say, let's look it up. Cargo udepths, like, is this it? I don't want to guess that that's how you install it, but yeah, I think you're right. Cargo install cargo udepths. Yep. I think you're right. Installing a bunch of crates. I'm glad that my upload is not affected by my download. Otherwise, this would completely stop the stream for 30 seconds or more. Oh, Silmith is here. Hi. Hi, Silmith. Still downloading. We're getting curl sys right now. I guess while we're waiting for that, I'll just click on that button to have Rust Analyzer reload. Does it not want to do that while I'm running cargo install? No, it just took a while. Should I fix that while this is going? To fix this, I need to like rename these. It's in the cargo toml that it doesn't like it, right? So if I just name it lowercase here, and then here I also name it lowercase, that'd probably be it, right? Then I have no problems. We have no problems in this workspace. We're still building the tool. I don't know how I feel about the fact that tools are all distributed as source only, and there's no binary only tools. They could take a lot of time. It's, I don't know, it's 80% done now? I wouldn't think that it would had so many dependencies, man. It's reminding me of JavaScript. Like there's a crate for every little thing. There's a home crate? Opener? I wonder what opener does. I know what some of these are. There's a git crate, I'm not surprised. Semver crate? Why would you need a semver crate? Probably to parse and order versions. Almost done. 2 more crates to go. With every why, there's always someone that'll say, why not? Did someone ask why not? No one asked why not. Some of the tools have binary releases for some systems. Oh, the why isn't there a binary only, right? I guess it's just most convenient for the open source stuff for it to be source distribution and build your own. Okay, cargo. UDEPs. Let's have it run. Couldn't compile. Why not? Option Z is only accepted on the nightly compiler. Oh, great. We'll have to be on the nightly compiler. Boo. Well, so much for that. All right, well, I guess we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I'll just comment them out one at a time. I did PEM last, right? And I needed... Did I need PEM? We needed PEM, right? Yes. That's needed here. Right, need PEM. And pretty sure I needed ring. Yeah. What about Rust LS? Right, for TLS, yep. And I need... Pretty sure... Yeah, I know that for a fact I needed those. What about this? Oh yeah, I needed that one too. Okay. Those ones I'm pretty happy with. And I only pulled in the ones I knew I needed. So I think I got it. I think I got it. Yeah, I'm not prepared right now to do Rust nightly. I don't want my stuff to break. Let's do cargo clean. And then... Why is it taking so long? Cargo build. And then what I'm going to do as a test is I'm going to change something in common. And I'm going to build... I'm going to verify it only builds it once. So if I'm right in that there's only 3 compilation units of my own code, then I'd like to try to put it all into one crate with a library and 2 binaries and have that actually work. Because there's no real reason for me to have 3 different crates here. I think that only built the common part once. So if I change something in the common now, like put an X there, a cargo bill, what does it do? A Rust analyzer is going. Okay. Now what if I make a compiler error? Yeah, so I only have the compiler error once and not twice like I used to have. Yeah, okay. So I think there's only 3 compilation units then, right? Rather than 4 like I had before. And yeah, I think we're only compiling this once. So now how do I recombine this back into one crate? That's the trick. I could do it the bins approach, so that would be new folder, bin, not at that level. Move it up to here. And then move these 2 and rename them. Call this one items. Take this one and move it to bin and call it scripts. I misspelled it. Scripts. And then did these have any specific dependencies that I might need to copy back over here? It had hex and notify. I need those. Are these in order? Yeah. Okay. What other dependencies? Ring cert. Ring cert, okay. I think we're good. Alright. Now I can drop these, right? Delete those. Alright, and now I don't know, will this work out of the box? I'm not sure. Maybe because I'm doing that. Couldn't read, because there's something wrong with my cargo. Oh, but probably because the top level cargo still lists these. Yeah. Let's get rid of those. Reload again. Did that work? Cargo clean. Cargo build. Maybe that worked. That's all I needed to do. Okay. All right, Plasma. But I think I just got it to work. So if whether I did or not, I'll compare with what the post said. Cool. Target debug exes. There aren't any. Wait a minute. There's no exes? Oh, it didn't actually build them. Why are all these things called build script build? Yeah, it didn't build my binaries at all. Okay, we'll look at the, I think it has to do with the listing, or not listing binaries here. So we'll have to look at, you don't need to use workspace, cargo supports multiple binaries. Yeah, that's what I understood there. Oh, look at this. GeForce Game Ready driver is available. No, what? No, don't install now. The GeForce Experience installer is running. Hopefully it gives me a prompt that lets me tell it to stop before it gets too far in. Hold on, I might have to kill... I don't want to kill a driver install, though. Seriously, is it going to reinstall my driver? No. Can I just tell it to close? The X button didn't work. Well, we're updating my video driver, apparently. Might as well do a stretch break. Might have to do a restart the stream break. Bin needs to be in the source folder. Oh, is that the problem? Oh, cool. It won't install my driver until I log in with NVIDIA, which I'm not going to do right now. So let's just close it. Yeah, I don't want it to crash OBS and all that stuff. All right, but I promised I would look into what Plasma said. Or how do you build this? During the break, I need to feed my cat, too. All right, what's the answer? That's what I had before. Yeah, I had that before. That is here. Can I say revert change? There we go, I got it back. But they say to put it under source... Wait, why in subdirectory? If you instead put these there, you'll get two executables named that. As is... Okay. You need to specify names of passes like this only if you don't follow this convention. Well, let's follow the convention. There. And... I don't need this snippet then? Let's try that. Yeah, that's what I had before. So it was just that I didn't have it under the source directory then. Kinda makes sense to me. Thank you for the follows. Might need to specify binaries, but not the paths. We'll find out. I like experimenting to figure this stuff out. Cargo build. It is building 2 bins. Nope, didn't have to. So cargo build dash dash release. It's just automatic. So yeah, I didn't have to specify the binaries. Look at that. I got away without having to do that. Just its mere presence in the right path did it. My stream has always been 20 FPS. I've been using 20 FPS for over a year and a half. Yep, you never noticed? Usually it's because, like... Oh, actually my camera is choppy. I wonder if it's because it's building. It's probably using all my CPU cores to build. You use 10? Yeah, I figured most of the time, the only way you'd tell is if I had fast switching scenes or scrolling a lot, but then a lot of the times the encoder kind of puts a cap on motion by itself. Yeah, my camera was choppy, I think, because it was building, and it was much lower than 20 FPS for a little bit. All right, so I should be able to still run these commands, right? Looks good. Scripts. All right, and the only price to pay was I had to do this, right? Can I say crate here? Yeah, I've never been able to get the crate stuff to work. Like, that's just never worked for me. I have to be explicit about that name, and that name has to match what's here. Yeah, I keep the upload capped at 2 megabit per second. because when I don't get the transcoder, it's sort of brutal on people who have bandwidth limitations to watch the stream at like super high bitrate, and it's really not necessary. Try to tune it down because it's not a gaming stream. Most of the text over there is static. It doesn't need high bitrate. You need as common. I did have that, but the thing is, it didn't like the use crate. It didn't like that. Unresolved import crate common. Now replace all common. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. I want to use the word common because that's what I named it in my library. The reason why I didn't say common here is because that doesn't make sense. The overall crate should be named the admin tool. And in fact, if I were to publish it, I'd want it to be specific to my game, right? But inside of the crate, I just want to call the common part common. Only like 2.5 seconds delayed, yeah. You could use it in the libraries files, but binary is already in another unit, another crate. Isn't this just one crate? Maybe that's where I'm not understanding. Is this one package 3 crates? 1, 2, 3 crates then? That might be my misunderstanding. Removing the use like you always do. Oh, yeah, I don't want to have to do that. Within my own project, nah, that's okay. It's within, I figure the package, if that's the right name, lives and dies together. So if it's common here, then I'll just use the common out here. And I'm actually softening to the idea of you doing use. Like, I'm now confident that I know that hash map is in standard collections. So I'd be okay doing use standard collections hash map at this point. So I don't even need the as common, you're saying? Oh, you're right. There we go. That's one thing I can do. There we go. Fixed it. Let me give some points to Plasma and 715-209 and Man and Silmith. Points to everyone. Can't you move it into source lib common instead of source lib? I guess if I had more than one file, yeah. But I only have one right now. Or you're saying to like make the name implicit in the file name. That's what you're saying? I needed to have that there to include something, right? Actually, what happens if I do that? And that? Actually, but I wanted that, so what if I say as common? And then remove the module. Does that actually work? Let's see if that works. Package is one or more crates that provides set of functionality. Package contains a TOML file that describes how to build those crates. Yeah, exactly. I just didn't remember that from the book. Actually, that worked. Surprisingly. Wrong folder. Wrong shell. Okay, cool. So I have 3 crates. One is named after the library because it's in lib. So I have to use it. And if I wanted to call it common, I have to do that. The other way would be, like you guys were saying, is has a lib directory and a common.rs there. And then I would still, then I would have to say that colon common. The crate didn't work because it's not in the same crate. There are 3 different crates. Okay. Delay is like a full minute? Really? Because I can watch Australian streamers and have only a few seconds delay. Maybe it's something to do with Twitch. You shouldn't have a full minute unless you're on your phone. If you're on your phone, then that delay is not because you're in Australia, but because the Twitch phone app is not low latency. Yeah. Should only be a few seconds unless you're on a phone. Yeah, but if Plasma refreshes, then they'll miss an entire minute of the stream. I hate it when that happens, when I have to jump forward and I lose a minute. What would be cool is if Twitch had a way to like speed it up to 1.5 speed until you catch up to real time. That would be nice. All right, is this the layout that I like? I guess so. Because it's not public. Well, these are at the crate level scope, right? At the root module of the crate. So if I wrote an independent package, they could depend on this admin tool crate and pull these in through that crate's root, through that package's root crate. Okay. It's normally so delayed in a continuous issue. Yeah. Okay, so what it turned, so I learned a few things here, and this current task was wrong. It was a comment into a library crate. Before it was a module, now it's a separate crate. Actually, before it was both. It was both a law module and a crate. Now it's just in a crate. Okay, so I relearned two things. Cargo toml is either a package or workspace. A package can have many crates in it. Only one crate may be a library. If no mod is specified, what's the right word? Definitions go to the root crate of the package. Well, the root module of the crate. Right? Those are the things I relearned today. So this library doesn't have a mod in it, so all of these go to the root mod of the crate named after the package, because you can I guess that's the other thing. Only one crate may be a library. Its name is the same as the package. I guess by default? I'm guessing that you could probably rename it, but there's the default name. Mods are subdivisions of crates in a tree structure, yeah. Which I'm opting not to do, right? Because I only have one file. All crates have a root. Mods are the branches, yeah, okay. So I don't have any mods at all. I just have 3 different crates. There's a root module, and its name follows the package by default, so to pull in the common library, I have to reference it by its module name, which is the same as the package name, but I can rename it like I did there. Does that mean that I can do something like this and then just say WebSocket sync? No. But I could do this. And then I can get rid of common, right? But I think I will keep it like that, just so I know what's in the library and what's in each tool. Okay, I think I know it well enough now. So let me check that in. And I should probably just take a break. The cat needs food. Oh, we ended up updating one of our packages. We dropped futures util. Okay, I'll need to list these things. Right, and I moved these. So yeah, before it was all one. Well, before it was just not organized well. I had explicit bin crates pulling from the source folder, which is not correct. So we'll just say we cleaned up the clean up admin tool package. So drop unneeded dependency futures util. That was here. We didn't need it. Okay, and then set up implicit binary crates for items and scripts. So that's dropping the bins and moving these files to the source bin. And that's basically all I did, right? I guess I added this line here. But that's part of that move. Okay, so I'm just going to commit that. To try GUTIU, cargo install git UI. Made in Rust? I'd definitely try it out. Because in the past, there have been a lot of recommendations for alternatives to Git GUI, and I didn't like any of them completely. Better than I like Git GUI. So if there's a contender to Git GUI and it's in Rust, it's worth a shot, right? I need to take a break to feed the cat and take care of a few other things, so it's going to be a slightly longer break. Let's say 5 minutes. You just like SourceTree? I had a few issues with SourceTree. I still use it on my Mac. And I don't remember what the issues were on Windows, but yeah, some issues with it. I need to take better notes about that kind of thing. Anyway, I need to take a break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. See you in a bit. I'm back. I'm back. Hello, Turn Forever. Resubaka, also hello. Where was your chat? Hold on. There it was. Hello there. And iRazorX. Did not acknowledge you either. My eyes are not seeing people's chat today. It was at 10:05. Okay, so it was a while ago. Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. You were telling me about that GeForce knows best, yeah. Thank you, 715209. Use Fork, it's free with the Sublime. There was some problem I had with Fork. Are you going to create an error type? No, I'm not going to create an error type. I don't know why I would. Why would I create an error type? Fork I had some problem with. What was it? Git fork. Within this one. Yeah, I tried it way back here at some point. It didn't have a Linux build. It didn't think e:/projects was a valid directory name. I couldn't launch it from the console. I couldn't make the text any larger. I couldn't disable showing avatar images, and I couldn't resize, disable, or change the order of columns on the commit list. So, but this was way back in January 2019. So it's possible that Git fork is better now? I could reevaluate Git fork to see if they've fixed any of these issues they had with it. A lot of these were just annoyances, but some of them were showstoppers, like that I couldn't launch it from they didn't have a CLI. No Linux build. Those were major roadblocks for me. Anyway, let's go back to today. That was stream 94. Today we're on stream 400. This error and anyhow are nice to handle errors. Okay. I don't know what this error and anyhow are. Oh wait, I've heard of anyhow for error handling in Rust applications, right? To replace all the unwraps. I mean, I guess I'll work on some of that today. A lot of the unwraps are because I was just too lazy in the Python version of the tool to do anything about those. Like this, right? This was there because this is an option and the items might not have been set at this point. Actually, this is an okay unwrap. This is that it better have something in it because we've just fetched them. What's a more realistic? Actually, right there on the same line was this unwrap or we're handling with the or. Where were some of those that we have unwraps? I guess this kind of thing, if the server gave us a malformed message, we would panic here. But we could do, and we right here another panic. What we could do is just generate an error and tell the tool not to continue anymore, right? Or just this already returns a result. We could just return an error. Yeah, so I'll be cleaning some of that stuff up today. You recommend this error because your project is a library? To create nicer custom error structs and convert between them in functions, return results, doing all this manually is annoying. Okay, maybe I'll wait until it gets annoying to me, and then I'll feel for myself why I would need to have custom errors. Because right now, result is just fine for me. I mean, you're probably right. I just need to learn it for myself, I think. Sometimes I have to feel the pain to understand why I need to avoid it. So we're done with putting things into a library crate. Oh, did I want to take the opportunity to try out this? I'm guessing you meant Git UI, right? We could try that. Current task. I keep hitting the wrong key. There we go. Trying out a Rust tool for Git UI. You just use string error and that's simple and fine, but when you define custom array nums, it gets tedious. Yeah, so I haven't needed to do that yet. How about when I do, then I'll look into the custom array nums. Look into using this error or anyhow. Let me take this down though, because when I run into this, I'll have these notes. Oh, that's the wrong one. This line and this line and this line. When am I telling you? When I'm authorized to. Right now it's supposed to be under wraps. Git UI isn't fully featured yet. It can't do pull or push. That's okay. I don't use pull or push on Git GUI either. That's not on my requirement list. Yeah, I can't. Sorry, I can't. 7152009. All right, let's try it out. So cargo install Git UI. What's Adler? Is that after Mark Adler, the creator of zlib? Just out of curiosity. Well, I have to wait anyway. What's Adler? I'm being raided by Codephobia. Codephobia! Welcome. And welcome Codephobia's viewers. A simple, cleaner implementation of the Adler 32 checksum. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we're going to try out a Rust-based Git user interface right now. And I was watching the crates it was installing, and I'm like, oh, Adler? I recognize that name. I thought it was Mark Adler who made zlib, but I could be getting my names confused. Who made zlib? Zlib. Yeah, it was Mark Adler. Mark Adler. There he is. Hey, Mark. I didn't know he also made a checksum library. Interesting. Or he invented a checksum algorithm. I guess I shouldn't be surprised though. Am I muted? I should not be muted. Not muted. Oh, Slickver! Resub for 15 months? Oh my goodness. Thank you for the resub, Slickver. And hello there, me. And NanoBlit, how are you doing today? And Codephobia, I hope you can hear me now. That I'm not muted for you. But welcome. Thank you again for the raid. I'm about to try out a Rust tool for Git, but before that, and for the remainder of the stream, I've been working on refactoring this tool that I ported from Python to Rust. So I need to do a bit more cleanup here. There are bits and pieces of this that are not optimal. Like, for example, right now I'm not using any kind of library or assistance or even an iterator to process command line arguments. I'm going to at least clean this up to use an iterator because it's really silly that I use these hard-coded numbers, right? I shouldn't need to do that. Can't hear anything. Oh no. Feels bad, man. Thanks for the raid, though. And there again, that happened. That, it turns out to be a known issue with this chat client I'm using. That happens very rarely, and it just did now. I think it's when something I say ends in an emote that isn't an emoji that is not an emote, but that gets translated into an emote in the raw Twitch chat. Fixed it. Well, welcome, Codephobia. Thank you for the raid. You experience such bugs sometimes too after a raid? Yeah? Where your audio doesn't work? Interesting. What I've noticed for me is when I start the browser window watching another stream, a lot of the times because of the way I have it set up, it's muted by default. And there are like 3 different places that it can be unmuted, and inevitably I click the wrong one, and then I end up muting 2 different ways, and then I'm like, how come I can't hear this? Oh, there's that mute, and then there's that other mute that I have to turn off. But anyway, guys, let me know if you have any questions. If you've never been to my stream before, here's a little intro. In general, I work on a custom game. It's multiplayer. It's online now. You can play it here. There's no content yet. It's all test stuff. But feel free to help test it. So there's this, for example, this little area where this boat goes back and forth. You can figure out how to open this treasure chest down here. There's actually a key somewhere in the same level that if you pick it up and you take it to this spot and you use the key, the box opens. Other stuff like that. If I was an actual player in the game, it would look more like this, where I'm walking around, and if I go behind the tree, my vision is blocked. That kind of thing. So there's fog of war, I guess you can say, or shadows and light, whatever you want to call it. There are creatures to fight. They're not going to fight me because I'm not an actual player. But some of these are really treacherous. Other ones not so bad. And if I go through the walls here, oh, there's that key. You didn't see that key. So this game is all inspired by Ultima 4 and Ultima 5 from the late 1980s. And it's all custom built. The only things I didn't write from scratch by myself were transport layer security, compression, a few other really handy but complex libraries that are out there. And I have been working recently on learning the Rust programming language. This game so far, and there's A Squared. Hey there, A Squared. The game so far is written in C++, Lua, and JavaScript. So C++ and Lua in the back end, JavaScript in the front end. And I had been using some command line tools for the game that were written in Python, but then I got interested in Rust and felt that if I ported those Python tools to Rust, it would be a good exercise. So that's what I've been doing recently. So if I close that guy, one of the tools that I've been working with is the items tool. So I can say items count, and it counts the number of items in the game. There are only 21 items in the game because I'm looking at my test environment. If I go to production, secrets, and run it there, there are 487 items in the production environment. If I do find the rusty iron key, that's another subcommand I have. If I lose an item in the game, I can find out its entity number. So little command line tools that assist me in doing admin work with the game are now in Rust. They were in Python before, and I've been doing various refactoring steps today. You don't have an inventory room for the key? We can fix that. Do you have too much money in your bags, A Squared? Oh, there's a new player. Welcome, Barter. A Squared, what's wrong with your inventory? Let's see. Items. Well, you have this extra sword. You don't need this extra sword. Oh, it's a special one. Oh. You can drop this armor. You don't need that. Ah, but you're a big supporter of the stream. Let's give you an extra item, a couple of inventory slots. There you go. 2 extra inventory slots. See, it's much easier in my game to give you more backpack slots than it is in World of Warcraft. I just type in a different number and boom, you got more slots. Now you have the rusty iron key in your inventory. That's the one we just found before. And there's the entity number that should match what the CLI told me, and it does. So I actually found this script, this tool handy because someone in my game picked up that key and logged out, and I lost track of who had the key. Yeah, if A Squared logged out, I would be able to find that item and say go open holder and say, oh, A Squared is holding onto that key right there, and I could even yank it out of his inventory. Like that! Haha, you had the key, now you don't. Or I can just give it back to you. Either way. So as you can see, the same front-end client to play the game is what I also use to administrate the game, and I can even change the game live. So I can say, hey, let's put some water here. Like, oh, no, I moved A squared. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, A squared. I could put water here. I held down shift instead of control and ended up moving A squared around. Or I can delete that water. So I can paint areas of the world live. So if I say, make that a wall, and then make that some grass there. Now, from A squared's point of view, that little area opened up. And now I close it off, and it's like ceases to exist. The amount of work I've done in the admin tooling is insane. The admin tooling built into the client is a lot. The command line tooling, I haven't done a whole lot, just items, administration, and there's one for keeping the scripts in sync. It was really important to me to put admin tools in the console because one of the things that I hope to make my game unique compared to other games is that while people are playing the game, I can be adding and changing content. And I thought that was really important to me. How do you get more inventory slots? You ask me, and then I go to your player account and type in a number here, and you have more slots. So there you go. There's no way in-game to get more inventory slots other than me granting them to you right now. She had to refresh because you had 17 seconds? Oh my goodness. You got a message that you lost it and got it? Yeah, that's part of the inventory management, that it tracks. It has to tell you to show you anyway, so when it detects that there's a difference, it also, that's included in the front end and says, oh, you had it, now it's gone. Oops, where'd it go? All right. Let me get back to, I was going to try out this Rust tool someone in chat told me to try out. Get UI. Let's see what it does. It's in text. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. It's not a user. I don't like it already. It reminds me of Vim. I mean, I guess it's good in a pinch. Should I give it a shot with log? I have to actually hit 2. Okay, and then what, I have to hit enter? I don't know if I like it. I kind of like using the mouse for stuff like this. It says no mouse interaction. Alright. I just don't have the patience for a command line tool right now. I'll leave it around. Oh, and it panicked. I'll leave it around, but I'm probably not going to use it right now. What happens if a user has full inventory and try to remove inventory slots? I think it orphans the items. I actually don't remember. Oh, wait a minute. I think I had a guard against that. Should we test it with A squared? I think I have a guard against removing inventory slots that have things in them. Let me verify. We'll test with A squared. Because why not? What's the worst that could happen? You know, what I'll do is I'll move some of his money. Just a few. 4 gold coins, right? Now let's see what happens if I try to reduce his inventory slots. Oh. It orphaned the item. I guess I don't have a protection against it. Oh, why did it do that? Okay, move the money back. I guess it completely orphans the item. 8, please. There we go. It panicked because I didn't like it and he's scared of being removed. No, I won't remove it. I was hoping for a user interface with the mouse enabled. Like get GUI based on TK. You lost 4 gold? Yeah, I told you lost it, but then it should have told you gained back 2 and then another 2. Yeah, so I guess it orphans the item. So, like, I can actually use that to demonstrate things. So let's say I move 4 gold pieces back over here. And then I drop him down to 7 inventory slots, right? Now that item is orphaned. If I lose track of it, I could find it with my CLI. So I go to secrets and I go to items lost, and it's going to go through the game now and find all the ones that are lacking a holder or a position in the game world. And it should find those 4 gold coins and recover them. Yep, recovered them. So now I should be able to go to the globals container, which I can do there, And here's those 4 gold coins, and I could reunite them with a squared like that. Put it back in there, give him back his 8th slot, and we're good. Close the lost and found. Items lost is slow. It's slow because I didn't optimize it. It actually has to go for every single item in the game. All 487 items, it has to ask the game, where's that item? Where's that item? Where's that item? It has to do that 487 times. Where, to make it faster, I need to push that into the game server and say, for all 487 items, tell me which ones are don't have a holder. So I just haven't bothered to put it in the server yet. I probably will if I use this orphan thing. It's although it's slow, it's fast enough for what I care about. It's not a whole lot of network I/O. It's just that there's a lot of round trips to and from the server. It just takes a while. I haven't actually measured the I/O. SQL will do it. Yeah, that's the other thing that I can do is that once I move all the data to SQL, I can just go through the back end and just, if I had a way to just run a query, I would just run a query and I wouldn't need to have the game server do it at all. All right, what am I going to refactor next? What if I handle the command line stuff next? Current task. Refactoring Rust code. Cleaning up how CLI arguments are iterated. Or are, I don't know, collected. Can also return a response ID along with message. What would a response ID along with the message do for me? How's my experience so far creating the tool? It really helped me learn Rust. Please use StructOpt. That's okay. I think I'm just going to start with a simple iterator. Select from sounds for animal that equals cat. Did you guys hear the cat meowing earlier? I gave him food. I don't think he's discovered it yet. Yeah, so the biggest sort of challenge in doing the CLI, I think, was doing the asynchronous stuff I needed for this scripts binary. Specifically, like this other stuff, which I haven't named yet, which we'll have to name at some point today, a better name. I had to learn how to make a function that returns a pinned feature. For some reason, it's not highlighting correctly. What if I restart the server? This local box feature. Yeah, oh, request has failed. Uh-oh. Maybe we have to reload. Let's reload. Let us reload. Yeah, I've seen it have issues, and then you just reload and it's fine. It's doing its work. Hopefully it will... I just did reload the window. I think it's still... Yeah, it's still processing. It's still discovering files right now. There we go. So, learning what a local box feature is, a pinned boxed trait object. I've just learning the right words to use. When you see dyn followed by the name of a trait, you know that those together, it means a trait object. I mean, this exercises a lot of things that I had to learn with Rust. This line alone has so many things in it. This is a type alias, right? This is the alias, and this is the actual type. The actual type, it's basically 4 things in here that are types, right? There's pin, which means that the thing inside of it, it's sort of like a holder of something. The thing inside of it doesn't change its memory location. And then the next level is this box. What a box is the thing inside of the box is on the heap rather than on the stack, so it's dynamically allocated. And then at this level, this is a trait object because of the dyn for dynamic keyword with the name of a trait. And the way you know it's a trait is you just control click it and you see the word trait. And you have to know that a trait is like an interface. It's a specification of methods that are shared by a certain category of types, right? And then knowing that what a future is ties into how asynchronous Rust works, and it represents an asynchronous computation. There we go. That's a whole deep chapter in itself. And then the innermost type here is, what is the type of the return value when the asynchronous task is done? What is the end result? It's whatever this type is, which is specified here as part of the alias. And this is going into the concept of generics. So this single line here covers type aliasing, generics, lifetimes, which I didn't even mention, pinning, boxing, traits, trait objects, and futures. That's 8 different things all in one line of code. To understand this fully, you have to learn 8 different concepts in Rust. So just working on this, understanding what this is alone, tested a lot of my knowledge. And then putting it into use here, because what we wanted, this is actually defined in a trait. Can I show that? Go to type definition, go to references. I'm just going to have to find it, aren't I? It's here. I defined a trait for my concrete tools because all the concrete tools need to have these functions, and the functions are implemented differently for each tool. So one of them is this other stuff, right? And then I had to learn that you cannot currently make an asynchronous function in a trait, so the closest thing to do is to have a synchronous function which returns an explicit future object. What did I miss? It's very common to put these types inside of types, associated types. Yeah, oh, that I missed the fact that this is an associated type. That's why there's an equals. Yeah. So there's a ninth concept of associated type. When you see a generic, whenever you see the less than or greater than, in Rust it means generic. In C++ it would mean a template. In C# it would also mean a generic, right? But when you see an argument for a generic with an equal sign, it means that it's an associated type. So that's yet another concept that this line alone has 9 things at least that you have to understand in Rust to fully understand that one line. Hey there, Metalstorm. Also, hello to Warp Slash. Is T a generic? Yeah, T is the associated type. It's a generic. It's an argument of the type alias, of the generic type alias. So it's kind of weird. To fully instantiate that generic, you have to say which type, which is ultimately the associated type of the future. And as sort of what's implied here, that associated type is the type of the thing that will be returned when the future is complete. The ultimate answer to doing the asynchronous operation, the final output, right? And hello, by the way, Warp Slash. I like your name. Atomic Nibble. Hello as well. I haven't said hi to you. And DBV. I don't know how to say your name, but hello. Nonka S to you as well. Why would you have a space in between the type parameters and templates? Like, oh, I mean, why do I do that? Yeah, and a lot of times you'll see in my code, I'll say standard vector space int. The reason I do that is because you might have a vector of vectors, right? Of ints. If you were to do it this way with C++98, that would be picked up as a different kind of token, which is the shift right operator. So I got into the habit when working with older versions of C++ to always put spaces around there so that is never, these 3 characters in the end can never be misinterpreted as a right shift operator. It turns out that you don't need to do this anymore with modern C++. That's perfectly fine. And Rust also doesn't have a problem. Neither modern C++ nor Rust will misinterpret those 2 characters to be shift right. It's smart enough to say, well, this is in the context of giving a type for this template, and this is a type for that template. And so we know what these 2 symbols are. They're the delimiter for the template type arguments, right? But the habit for me just stuck. And, I mean, you can kind of see we don't need spaces around this equal sign either, but just some people just are more comfortable having spaces, and that's fine. The spaces have no significance. We could completely flatten these, and it would make no difference to the compiler. The compiler would be like, oh, you're comfortable without white space? Well, then I'm comfortable too, because I don't need it. So that would work just fine. The spaces, I think, make it a little bit easier to read, though. You also missed send? Yeah, I missed that. Yeah, that's right. This line didn't have send. But this line, if you're just talking about, did I miss the white space? Yeah, but I should also mention that that's yet another concept to understand, right? So there's like, just in this small section of code here alone, there are like 9, 10, 11, 12 different concepts in Rust that you really have to understand. Getting back to the point here, this is the hardest thing for me to figure out, was that this is an implementation of a function in a trait that is technically not asynchronous, but design-wise it is, because it's returning a future. And the way I implement it, because the language doesn't let you say async here and then have no return value, the next, hitting the wrong key, the next closest thing to that is to make it synchronous, returning a future with no output. That's what this funny parentheses means. It's in C or C++, you would have void here. This means the unit is what it's called in Rust, but it means that there's a lack of any value. Anyway, we have to be explicit, and a side effect of that, like we were showing here, it's not only a future, it also has to be boxed and pinned. So that means I have to do that, box pin, around my async. And furthermore, I have to be really careful about what we move into the future, because since it's boxed and pinned, it's going to outlive the function call originally. So anything we borrow here, we borrowed the self, we borrowed the WebSocket, we can't continue to borrow that, so I had to actually make clones and then handle these things through something that can be copied but not end up cloning. So reference count, you can copy it. Basically, you're making more references to the same object. You're not cloning the object, you're just making another reference to it. So we do that for these two things, so that when we do this move keyword, these two things are essentially captured or moved into this boxed pinned future. You could try replacing a future with underscore if it works. Oh, I mean like that? I named this lifetime future to reinforce the fact that the lifetime is associated with the future output, and it's separate from the lifetime of the borrowed self or WebSocket. If I don't do that, then Rust will complain, it'll assume, I think, that either it might be tied to the lifetime of self, or that it is the same lifetime as self. It was giving me trouble. Why not a atomic reference count? Because I'm not using, I'm not doing multi-threading here, so it doesn't matter. I was playing around with using Arc with mutex. So the way I manage the state of the tool right now, it's saying we might be multi-threaded, but I didn't do multi-threaded safety everywhere. So like for the WebSocket, I didn't bother. And that's because right now the tool doesn't have multi-threads. It's single-threaded asynchronous. The way single-threaded asynchronous works in Rust, it's like in JavaScript. You have a executor somewhere. In JavaScript, I think it's done for you, but in Rust, you have to do it yourself. So I just use the one that's built into the features crate. It features executor block on. Get your block on. So you give it an asynchronous task. It basically will keep holding that task until it's done and won't return until that happens. And inside of here, once you're in an asynchronous function, then it really gets fun, because you can now have multiple asynchronous features that you join together at the bottom. Or I could choose to complete some and then complete others later. Right here, I just kept it simple. So the what's common with all the tools is that they have 3 features that are done concurrently in the same thread. In one task, we are transferring messages from a channel to the server through a WebSocket. And that's how we make a WebSocket. Isn't that cool? And in another feature, asynchronous task. When I say the word feature or asynchronous task, they basically mean the same thing to me. In another one, we are handling whatever other work, other stuff that the concrete tool needs to do. So for the items tool, there's nothing. But for the scripts tool, it's monitoring the file system, also asynchronously. And the third feature is handling messages that arrive back from the server. So all three are handled concurrently. The way it works is each one is essentially an object with extra state. Amongst that extra state, it records what is the next thing that needs to be done in that future. And that's usually tied to wherever you have awaits in your code. So if we go to this handle messages, for example, I have an await here, right? Every time you have an await, it's like a yield that says, if this feature isn't ready, then return for now, but when this feature is processed again, we'll resume from that point and continue on. You really have to understand that, and it's really confusing at first because the syntax makes it look like you're not returning, you're actually blocking, but you're not blocking, you're returning, and then you will re-enter this later to resume. And that's just something you have to get used to. The same thing in JavaScript. Whenever you see an await, you just have to realize it's going to yield and do something else, and then when the underlying thing you're waiting for is done, and the task becomes eligible to run again, and then depending on what kind of asynchronous executor you're using, it could start immediately, it could run in a different worker thread, or it could just be ready to go, and maybe whenever it's got a turn to run, it runs. So yeah, that was just learning that and how to work with the peculiar syntax in Rust was a big thing. Also, the fact that a lot of these types have multiple personalities, and that this unwrap keyword comes up a lot when you say, I want to assert that it's going to be one of the personalities of that type, and if it's not, then we're going to just crash. Features just became an enum. Features is a trait, though, so it can't become an enum. Sorry. So a lot of things in Rust are multiple personalities. For example, option or result. Where's a good example of that? Find a good example. These are not good examples. These are too complicated. What if I go back to common? Didn't I have common open? I guess oh, it's called lib now. I want to find a good example. Let's find it. I guess this is as good as any. Yeah, if I highlight over this, it'll say it's a result, right? If I go to result, it's an enum with two different variants, or you can think of it as this type is multi-personality. In one personality, it's reflecting that something succeeded and you get a value. In its other personality or variant, it's representing an error and there's information about the error. So if the result has a value in it, then it means that it was a successful result. But if it doesn't have a value, instead it will have an error object and be flagged as an error. And using things like match to say, well, here's how to handle one kind of OK variant, and here's every other kind of OK variant, and here's how we handle errors. That's one way you pick apart the multiple personalities or variants of enums. But there are other more subtle things in here that are kind of hard to show. But like whenever we see unwrap, it is taking either like a result or an option or something like that and saying, well, it had better be okay or something. And then if it is just like the name implies, we're unwrapping from either being okay or error to it had better be okay and just get the value that's inside and return that. If it's an error, then we're going to completely blow up. So that getting used to that was part of the learning curve. Also, another big thing was just figuring out how to use asynchronous streams. Be careful not to fall into the pitfall of using non-async aware mutexes and features. Yeah, that's why I have this note here. Right here. What I did at first was I took this, which gives me the receiver end of a channel, right? and I just put it here. You know what that does? This is locking a mutex, and then using that mutex to access the state object to borrow the other stuff channel to take it out of that option and then start using it, right? So at first, naively, I thought, oh, by the time we've taken it out, now we don't need the mutex anymore. It should have released that, right? I was wrong. This lock persists for the entire statement that is called in, which means that we're holding on to the mutex, which means that at any other point here where we're grabbing the mutex again, it's going to deadlock. Like right here. That will cause a deadlock because we're still holding on to it and we ask to lock it again. So the solution that I had to learn the hard way was to split it into two statements. One statement extracts the receiver end of the channel out while the mutex is locked. But now once we have it, and the statement is concluded, all of the borrows that happened here are released, and so is the lock, so that we have extracted out the receiver end of the channel and we're no longer locking the state. The debugger actually didn't really help me find the deadlock. When I inspect the lock at runtime, it actually says it's not locked, which I think it's a debugger problem. In C++, when you have a mutex that's locked and you have a deadlock and you just break in the compiler, it usually tells you not only is it locked, it'll tell you which thread owns it, and then you can look at that thread's call stack and say, oh yeah, right there, it was locked. In Rust, it's a little bit more subtle, and I believe it's because this lock actually returns a new object, a lock result, which contains a mutex guard. And so the association between the original lock and this mutex guard is somewhat separated, especially when we unwrap here. We basically remove the lock result layer completely, and we end up with a mutex guard object, which really has no obvious tie to the original mutex, which we can see here. This mutex here, right, is indirectly associated with the mutex guard that we get when we lock it. But at runtime, it thought that the mutex was not held. I believe it's a problem with the debugger just not seeing the link between those two. Anyway, avoid deadlocks by only locking for limited scopes to get what you need, and then when you get your thing out, you're no longer holding the mutex anymore. But yeah, this whole block here, which is a chain where we're doing take while and then for each, this is processing a stream, which is the asynchronous equivalent of an iterator, where instead of iterating a collection of things we have, we're stepping through basically a queue of asynchronous tasks. And what I have in this particular queue are 3 different kinds of things, which is why you'll see this other stuff event. There are 3 things that a queue might process. Either we're stopping our other stuff processing, we got a file system event, or we're told the path to start monitoring. And yeah, usually when you have like multiple paths in an enum, for example, you'd use that with match if you're going to handle them all specially. So that's what I'm doing here. If we get the begin file system event, we set up our watcher. If we get a file system event by itself, we're then processing it like we might have a file added, a file renamed, a file updated or removed, right? And if it's a stop, we don't actually reach that arm, but we have to have something in there to appease the compiler. I told it to early exit with the take while. If it doesn't match a stop, we could continue. But if it does match a stop, we stop the stream and we fall all the way out. This await will be completed and we'll be done. Problem you're referring to is more of holding a lock across an await. Yeah, that's a good thing to avoid too. But this one was more subtle. This was a lock that was held because we borrowed it to get to something, and then it became captured in the overall future. So as long as the future was still running, we were holding on to the mutex. Just don't lock? Yeah. I could remove this lock completely because the tool is single-threaded. But I decided to leave it in here because it gives me practice working with mutexes and the atomic reference count, the ARC. And also in the future, hey, maybe I would want to make this tool multi-threaded, then I wouldn't have to go back and change any of this code. It's already multi-thread safe. The only thing I would have to change is all of these non-atomic reference counted things would have to be atomically reference counted, and I'd have to look and see if this type, which comes from tungstenite, if that is actually thread safe. I don't know. Or actually, no, this one's from the future. It probably is thread safe, right? Unbounded sender. To see if something is thread safe, we have to look at the type and see if it implements sync, which it might. Let's see what it implements. Debug, assert kinds, and clone. Is that it? Does it not implement sync? Oh, assert kinds is a send, sync, and a clone. Okay, there we go. So it's thread safe. So I probably don't need to use a mutex with that, right? But I would want to use atomic reference count because the normal reference count container is not thread safe. I even think it says so here somewhere. If we go to this, it probably says don't use this with multiple threads. So yeah, single threaded reference counting pointer. They probably, yeah, they should say for multi-threaded reference counting pointer CARC, but they didn't say that for some reason. Probably because they want you to follow here, and then that will tell you to go use ARC. Anyway, I hope you guys got a taste of the pain that I went through to understand this. It was important, I feel, because I'm going to use all of these techniques and terms and I don't know, understanding of how Rust works in various ways in the future, right? So how do we return a future? How do we box it to use as a return value? How do we make asynchronous blocks? And I haven't even mentioned it, but in here, some of these stream processors take closures. But those closures need to do waiting, so they have to be, the closures have to have inner asynchronous blocks. This gets really complicated. And there are subtle things like if I wrote it this way, I would actually get an error, and it would say something like, asynchronous closures aren't supported yet. Yeah, async closures are unstable. Consider using some crate, right? Yeah, they say consider using let statements to manage. So they basically don't tell you the right thing. For my case, my thing is it's not an asynchronous closure. It's a closure whose implementation returns a future, which is what for each wanted in the first place. Looks like a bad API. Which one? The for each? The fact that it requires a function that returns a future. Essentially, it's requiring an asynchronous closure. That's what this really, when you see this, you should think asynchronous closure, because that means closure, this means asynchronous. But unfortunately, Rust can't do it for you in one shot through its own syntax. You have to be more subtle in that. For me, I had to generate the future using an async block and then capture it in a closure, or and then put it inside of a closure. It's a closure that takes an asynchronous closure. Well, this is a closure. Do you mean this inner one here? Yeah, I know you can pull it in as a feature, but the fact that they say that it's unstable, I try to avoid unstable features of the language. This is a stable feature. This is basically saying, hey, compiler, don't worry about this being an asynchronous closure. It's synchronous. It's synchronous. It synchronously gives you a future. And that's fine, because that's exactly what for each asked for. It asked for a closure that returns a future. Don't tell the compiler it's really an asynchronous closure. Yeah. There are subtle differences between a closure that returns a future and a fully asynchronous closure. And that's the subtleties and the differences I don't quite have under my own head yet. So I'm not even going to try to explain them. I'm just going to tell you that if you need to use this API where you need to give it a closure or returns a future, just make a closure, and inside the closure, get something that returns a future, whether it's an async block or calling an asynchronous function or just making your own future. I do that in a few places too. It's with the ready. It's one way to do it. You just do futures future ready. I think I could also have done it this way. I could have said async in block, and it does the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. This is maybe more literal, because this internally produces a structure which implements future, but has, it's a generic, but in this case, our generic is unit. So it's async brackets would be just syntactic sugar for that. So I've avoided some syntactic sugar because I want to be able to know what the syntactic sugar expands to and means. For me, getting a deeper understanding of how these things are defined and what they mean keeps me from getting too confused. When I get confused, usually it's because I don't remember the meaning of something, or I haven't had enough practice with it. Like earlier today when I was working with packages, crates, and modules, I didn't remember the distinction between package and crate. I got them confused, which led to problems. Okay, anyway, I think I'm going to move on. The current task I'm supposed to be doing is cleaning up how command line arguments are processed. Let's go there. How come this shows a change to the file? Oh, because of that? Okay, well there should be no change in Git, right? If I go to here and do git status, not gut status, git status. No changes, all right. So then at the bottom of the file, that's not what I wanted to do. Go back. Pardon me while I fight my keyboard. I am still trying to memorize new key bindings. Okay, here's the main program. And what I decided to do, because I didn't feel comfortable with iterators yet, is I told the environment command line arguments to the program to just collect into a vector. So basically, just run through the entire enumeration and store them dynamically in a vector. So rather than do this, let's improve it a little bit by just getting an iterator, and we'll just call next. And if the next isn't something, then we error here. You can also do cargo expand plugin. You can expand macros on the Rust playground. Interesting. Cool. It will need nightly too. Yeah, I don't use nightly. I like static. I mean, I like stable. Stable's where I like to live. Yeah, sorry. I mean, everyone's welcome to do the nightly build of Rust. I find it a little bit frightening. Hey there, man cow. Okay, so if my understanding is right, this is an iterator. Let's see. Oh, it's not an iterator? No, I need to look at that. What is that? It contains an iterator. It says it is an iterator. But what does it actually implement? It does implement iterator. Okay, cool. So then, if it is an iterator, then go back to my code. Instead of collecting it there, we will just say, we'll just leave it called args. But instead of doing args len, we'll do args next. And then, is it O or else? Is that how it works? And then put that inside of a closure. Let's do it this way. Paste. I think I can just do that, right? And then I can move that up here. So let realm equal that or else that. See how I got that? It's an option. I thought or else unwinds it. So I didn't get it. I thought I got it right away, but I didn't. This is pretty close, but it's still giving me an option. I wanted it to be a string. It's not or else that I want, right? Isn't it unwind or? Unwrap or? Is that what it is? Or is it unwrap or else? It's one of these. I can't remember which one. I think that's it, right? We want to unwrap. If it's none, we're going to call a function. So this will be a string. Ah, got it. I wouldn't have been able to get it that fast a couple weeks ago. Yeah, the Rust Playground doesn't need nightly, but what you're saying needs nightly is the expand plugin, right? Or to be able to expand macros in the Rust Playground. Unless, man, are you saying that it can expand macros without nightly? All the cool ones need nightly. Yeah, that's just because they're working on a lot of cool features. They're just not stable yet. Okay, so I don't need to worry about these less than 3 anymore, right? This would just be, again, on reversing a little bit, we would just say let command equal args next unwrap or else. A little bit of syntactic sugar there, and we do that inside of our closure. And there we go. Now I have a command too. Okay, I think it used to be a slice, and this takes a slice, and now we have to get a slice from the command, right? Cool. Unstable book. Is that like the book might blow up, or it might catch fire because it's unstable? Contains key probably wants a reference to borrow. These all probably want references, right? Actually, if we're doing that, we might as well just make it a string then, right? Just make this a string. And you can own it. I don't need to do into. I can just assign it, right? I don't need to do into. Okay, and then rather than doing this, we're just going to give it the give it the iterator to work with. And then same thing with realm. It can own the realm string. That's fine. We already made one for it anyway. What does it do with that? It passes it on to common. Okay, so we're going to change this one to take string. What does that do with it? It gives it to run async. So that should also be a string. And there, we're not using it right now. Might be using it in the future. It's there, so in the future we might need it. Okay, I need to change args now. Instead of it being a slice to a list of strings, it is a iterator of some kind, right? No, I can just say it's an iterator of strings, right? Can I not say that? Do I have to say dine? Or do I make this a generic? I guess it would be cleaner to do a generic, right? Args iterator. Whoops, I hit the wrong key there. Where args iterator is an iterator of strings. And it didn't like that Y. Oh, iterator doesn't... Oh, okay. Fine. It's just an iterator then. Oh, associated type. Yeah, thank you. Item equals string. See, I'm still a little bit rusty. Thank you, man. All right. And so I can just move it, right? Oh, wait, no, I can't. I think I do need an into, because I'm going to want to box it. If I'm going to hold on to it for later, it has to be part of my state. I can't make this generic, can I? Don't I need to... This has to be a concrete type, right? So the best way, wouldn't it be just to box it? Dyn iterator, item is string. Wouldn't that be the best way to do that? And then I would say box new args. Can I do that? Nope, I didn't think I could do that. The problem is with the lifetime. Oh, because, yeah. Maybe I just need to say it's boxed from the beginning. Box it. Oops, wrong key. I can say that and then I can just move it, right? No? Come on, man. Really? You can't say that? No boxing, please? Why? Why no boxing, please? You can collect it in... I don't want to collect it into a vector. I want to continue to iterate it. I want to just move the iterator into the state. Maybe I just need to be explicit about the type for now. In fact, it's in the same file. I don't know why I'm just not making it concrete. So the concrete type of this is what? It is just args. So why don't I just call it args and be done with it? Args. It probably needs to be in standard, right? What module standard, though? I don't know. We'll find out. What is that? What is that defined to be? What module are we in? ENV? Okay. ENV. And then that goes... Oh, wait, don't I need to do... Oh, it has a default, so that works? No, it's not going to work because it's going to give me trouble here, isn't it? I can't just say new or something. Or default. Yeah, I'm going to have to say it's none. So I'm going to have to make it an option. Option. Still fighting my keyboard a little bit. And I have to make it none. Hold on, where was the new again? I had already set it to none. So here is some. I'll move it in there. You can make script state generic. I'll try that next. Well, yeah, we'll make it concrete for now, and then yeah, I know what you're saying. If I made script state generic on the type of the arguments, then it would also work, right? Let's just, since it's in the same file, I'll just start by making it concrete, and that'll work, right? The only problem here is when we're using our argument, so that will be here. Yeah, so it's let script path equals self.args.unwrap next unwrap, or else do that. Right? Perfect. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do unwrap. It was borrow, get. I forgot how to do this. Self.args. I want to borrow a reference. Get mute. Is that what it was? As mute. Yeah. I think I want as mute instead of unwrap. Sprinkle unwrap everywhere. Why is it saying Futures Core stream? Oh, do I still need to unwrap it? Yeah, I still need to unwrap it. There we go. So this subtlety, because this might not be set, we're saying it had better be set. And I'm fine with that. Unless you guys can think of a better way other than using option to have something that I don't set when I call new, but have it be set later. The only way I know how to do it right now is with option, well, the cleanest way. I guess I could do it with a cell or something. Parse arguments as soon as you get them and store the info, you take them out in the struct. Yeah, this might not be the best design because it'll connect to the server and authenticate and then discover that you didn't give it a path. So I could, like you're saying, I could move that to the run. Oh, why is this a problem now? Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, please mutate that. And reference that. Actually, that's... Oh, because we... Oh, shoot. I gave that to there, so... Really, I just need to borrow it first to get the instance. So let's do that. Let instance be that, and then we'll borrow the instance. No. Oh, reference. It is a reference into the configuration. Now, why does that not work? Because I moved it out here? Well, let's not move it out. Let's just borrow it. There we go. Nope, there's a problem somewhere else. Oh, and the other tool. Yeah. I need to fix that. So, for now, I'll just make it say string from. Just to make the tool pass. Okay, what's my warning? Redundant code. I don't need a clone there because... Oh, why did I have a clone there before? I don't even remember. So I don't even need to do that. I could just done this. There we go. Fixed. May ununit, but it is unsafe. Oh, as an alternative to option? That's okay. We'll just use option. I'll just get used to option and then unwrap everywhere. I mean, technically, we should check because I could have a bug where we call sync before we set the self args, but I know that's not the case because the order of operations is we call run, which stores the arguments. So it is some arguments by the time we call common, which will call run async, which as part of what it does, it'll end up handling messages, and that'll handle a message event, which will call this, which will delegate to the tool, which will end up back in scripts in handle message, which will call on scripts, which will end up, where is it? Oh, no, it's not handle message. I went the wrong way. You didn't, let me go back up. Start over again. Run stores the arguments, then calls common run async, process handle messages, handle message event, handle message, and one of those is auth challenge, which then tells it to do its work, and in the work for the tool, it will leverage the commands, which if we did the sync command goes to self sync where we do the unwrap. So we know that this will always be some list by the time we get to here. But the compiler doesn't know that. And it's the second time you said to parse the args as early as you can, main if possible. But what I wanted it to do is this argument is specific to the sync command. Because this is a subcommand of the CLI. So another subcommand might not have this scripts path. It might have some other argument list. The general concept is that you have a command tool, and then you might have some kind of global options, a global args, I guess you could say. And then you have a subcommand, and then you have subcommand args. So in main, you would, well, actually, I did this wrong. Right. In the main, you would process, well, the operating system processes this command. That's how it runs your tool in the first place. Then you in your main, you would process the global arguments and figure out which subcommand. But then where you go from this point depends on what the subcommand is. So we can't have parsed the subcommand arguments until we've figured out what the subcommand is and then delegated to that, unless we collected these in advance. If that's what you're saying, then that's what I had before, but I didn't like the idea of collecting into a vector all the arguments and then parsing them later. I thought it would be nicer to have the just delegate the iterator itself to the subcommand. Yeah, so Plasma, you're saying you prefer to have the arguments collected in advance. So I'm saying that I'd rather have the argument iterator be delegated to the subcommand itself. You can expect, instead of unwrap, to exit with a better error message, but it'll never, I don't need the error message. It can panic as far as I'm concerned. If it panics, it'll tell me that line, and then I'll know that, oh, it should have been something and it wasn't. Let me debug that. Yeah, so you're right, man. If I wanted to have a better error message, I would use expect, but here I don't care. So I'm just going to use the shorter unwrap. So yeah, so if I did it the way Plasma wanted, which is perfectly acceptable, it's just another way to do it, I would go back to what I had before, which is to look at the arguments as a vector and look at the first thing in that vector. And that's my scripts path. And to get that vector in the first place, back in the main program, after figuring out what the subcommand was, or command here I call it, I would then collect the rest of the arguments. I'd have something like let subcommand, or command args, equal args collect. And then I guess I would have to say, well, I could use turbofish, right? To vec of string. Is that how you do it? And then I would pass that to run. Instead of the args, I would say something like that, right? Then I would be doing it the alternate way that Plasma is suggesting, which is perfectly legit. I just, right now, as a personal preference, I'm going to defer parsing the arguments until we get to the subcommand. In this case, it's sync. And because of that decision, my price for that is I have to make the iterator in an option because it's not available until after we've parsed. Unless maybe what if I not create the tool? Well, the thing is, we need the tool to get the list of commands in the first place. But if I separated the commands from the rest of the tool, then I could construct the part that knows about the commands first, then construct the tool with the iterator and not have it be an option, right? This right here, the args has to be there. So that is here. So we have to have, but we don't have the arguments yet, so we just have to have it be in an option and have it be none to start with. You'd argue that collecting to vector is not right either. use a struct where the fields are argument options, but then the main would have to be responsible for what the struct has, and I wanted to have the command be responsible for that. That's why the sync command is the one that does this checking. Shift F3? Yeah, that's why I do this in sync, because it's the responsibility of the sync command to know what its arguments mean. If I didn't do it here, or if I did it in main, then there's split, the responsibility for the arguments is split between the command and the main, and I didn't like that split. I'd rather it be single responsibility. So the sync command alone is responsible for the rest of the command arguments. Run can put the options, yeah, but then it would have to know what the options are. You know what I'm saying? So like sync has one set of options, and conceivably you'd have another, let's say we had another, like, I don't know, foobar that was also a command processor, and it would expect some kind of different options. And so then the difference between the options between sync and foobar, main would have to know about that, right? So I wanted to contain that sync is the only thing that defines what the arguments mean. If that makes sense. Actually, an alternative would be, one thing that I would consider seriously would be, where do I have that command list? Where I have the sync string. Yeah, right here. In the command specification, if we had a function you could call to interpret the arguments, then I would be open to doing that. Right? So then it would be more like we get down to where we know the command. The next thing would be maybe to use the command's argument processor. So something like let options equal tool dot, right now it goes through has command, which goes to state command. So if I had another thing that like got me the options, like get command options processor, this is all theoretical, right? That it would return some kind of function that we only need to call once, that takes the standard env args and returns a, I don't know, command options, whatever. We haven't defined what that is. And then that would do something similar to this, but would say commands get command dot unwrap dot what do we get at this point? It's command specifications. It's a B tree map, so it would be a commands. Yeah, why can't I say handler or description? I can. So it'd be like options processor. And if this was a function, right, then we after calling it down here, we would then just call it with the args. And then I wouldn't need to pass that. We would just pass options instead. But it's, I don't know if I want to go that route right now. That's maybe over engineering it. I'd rather just say here's the iterator for the rest of the command line arguments. You deal with it. But it's a valid thing to talk about. I'm glad you brought it up. I'm sure there's an argument parser lib out there. There is. It's you guys were asking me to look into it. I don't need it yet, but I was going to look into it at some point. It was like what was it? You guys told me about it early on. Like way early, didn't you? Like maybe while I was learning Rust, day 1 or something. Maybe not day 1. StructOpt. I should just search for that. StructOpt. What day was that? Okay, it wasn't at the beginning after all. It was recent. StructOpt or clap was recommended for parsing arguments. So I'll look into that when I have more complicated arguments. Right now, they're very simple. But I think if I use those, I would have a similar problem where the options that are valid would be depending on which command it is. And so probably the only way I would find that palatable is if this state commands, this command specification actually had a function in there that would call something in StructOpt or clap. I don't know how that would work because I don't know StructOpt. But you see what I'm saying? Like, if part of the option structure depends on which command we're doing, then I would want it to be either built into the command specification or in the command itself, which is what I'm doing now. So I don't know how that would interact with StructOpt, but I'll learn it when I get there. This solved in StructOpt very easily. When you say very easily, is that subjective? As in it's easy because you're familiar with StructOpt? Or are you saying that somehow they solve this problem of single responsibility magically? You create an enum for options. Yeah, but what if my options depend on which command? So like you might have sync might have options -A is all, -B is blue. But if we did the subcommand foobar, maybe A means alligator and B is not even a valid option. Right? Is there a way for me to tell StructOpt that what A means and whether B means something at all or not depends on one of my other arguments? And then wouldn't I have a little bit of duplication because I'd have to list my subcommands for StructOpt, but I'd also have to list it for my commands as well? I'd have to list sync and foobar twice then, wouldn't I? I'd have to list it once when I list my options, and I have to list it again here. The whole point of me having this command specification is I only have to list it once. So this ties the name of the command, the description, and the handler all together in one place, which really appeals to me. If you're saying in addition to this list here, it's easier to see if I show you the items actually, because that has multiple subcommands. Or was it? We have to just look for the string count. Yeah, I have count, find, and lost, right? All in one place, I've listed the names of the commands, their descriptions, and their handlers. All in one place. But are you saying I would have to have now a list of count, find, lost somewhere else for StructOpt? That doesn't sound nice. You're already listing them by having multiple argument parsers. But the argument parsers are different. So, like, begin count doesn't use its arguments at all, but find does use its argument. They're different because they're different commands. They and they're each responsible for their own commands or their own arguments. Each command is responsible for their own arguments, but those arguments are not shared. And yeah, like I said before, either I could put the arguments in the command specification or in the handler. It doesn't matter to me. Then they're tied to the command one way or another. I guess I'm just not convinced that having yet another list of all my commands just to get them into StructOpt, it just doesn't sound that would really be worth the redundancy. Having one type describing the whole interface of ICLite tool sounds nicer. Well, if StructOpt handled this for me too, that would be nice. But I guess I can't judge because I haven't looked at it. You'll not have another... So you're saying StructOpt would handle this for me as well? It handles the notion of subcommands? I guess I can give it a try. We can take a look at it. Why do I have all these open buffers? I don't need this one anymore. I don't need that one. And... this one I don't need also. Alright. Alright, well, maybe we'll give it a try. But let me finish this first refactoring stuff first. Actually, I think I'm already done. So now we don't have any mention of argument position. It's all using an iterator, and this should just work, right? Let's test it. So cargo build release, and this is only for the sync command, so I just need to run that again. Sync. Well, not on production. Let's do it in testing. Scripts. Okay, that didn't work, so I must have screwed it up. Oh, I didn't chop off the first one. We need to skip one, and when we get the argument list, right? I need to say it's that dot skip one. There we go. I think that's right. Although I've gotten this backwards before. Oh, maybe I need to learn how to do the generic thing, so I don't have to know the concrete type. Let's do the generic thing. I think I know enough to do this. So it would be the generic would be args iterator. And that's one of these. And then I have to say that where args iterator. Do I need to say it in both places? I can't remember. Where args iterator is a iterator. Where the item is a string. I think that works, right? StructOpt will create an enum, choosing a variant depending on the first command argument. Yeah, but then it doesn't... Okay, my requirement would be the generic, like, I don't know if it's a real standard, it's at least a de facto standard. It's command, and then one or more global args. Or 0 or more global arguments, right? And then subcommand, and then subcommand args. 0 or more subcommand args. So it would need to handle global arguments too. So it can't be that the first argument after command is subcommand. That just won't work. Yeah, we'll look at StructOpt. This will be a requirement. StructOpt can support that and handle the concepts of knowing the significance of subcommand, that the arguments depend on the subcommand, but the global arguments don't. And that I would like to tie a description and a handler to that. If it meets that requirement, then I'll use it totally. It's like surd derived for arguments. Okay, well we'll put it to the test. That's my requirement, that it be able to handle something generic like that with what that implies. Let me get this done first. So this should just work because I set the constraint on the generic, right? What's wrong here? Oh, I need to say it is what? I need to just make this generic, don't I? And I need to do the same thing here. And I need to do the same thing here. The generic is infecting everything. All right. Is the infection complete? Yeah, see that generic is infecting all my other types. And I don't need to constrain this one, do I? I don't think I do. I might though. Now, do I have to do that? Right, okay. Okay, and all of these are the same, right? They all need to be made generic. But we're okay with that, because generics are cool. There's nothing wrong with making everything generic. Compiler will figure it out. Ooh, it broke in a huge way. Yeah, that's a thing. Args iterator is not an... Oh, so I do need to constrain this one. Where args iterator is an iterator where the item is a string. Okay, it's still not happy. Rewrite in C++? Hey there, Red Sky 1. Syntax Blizzard, yeah. BTSJ, how are you doing? Nightshade Dude, also hello. I missed you in chat. There you are. Okay, I was trying to understand this error. What is this trying to tell me? Mismatch types. Expected parameter args iterator. Found struct env args. Type parameters must be constrained to match. I thought that they would. Is args not an iterator with a string item? I didn't miss Atomic Nibble. I said hi to you. I did. I'll prove it. Somewhere. Somewhere in my buffer. Oh, there it is. Look, I said hi to Atomic Nibble at 10:55. It did it. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. It's almost time for another break. 5 minutes. Okay. My voice is also telling me I need to take a rest. Take a break. It's an iterable struct call into iter. I don't know what you mean. You always come by when you're about to go on a break? Well, I'm sorry. What can I do about that? I need to take a break every hour and a half or so because otherwise I get problems with my voice, with my eyes, and my posture. I just need to get up and move around, you know? Look at other things. What's wrong with these? I think I just didn't do the generics correctly. I messed it up somehow. Oh, it's not an iterator by itself? Is that the problem? That this type is not doesn't implement iterator? I think you might be right. What does it? No, it implements iterator. And the item type is a string, so it should this struct should implement this constraint. So what problem does it have here? Did I not define args iterator correctly? Something tells me I did this wrong, but I don't get it yet. Is it because this is not constrained? Yeah, I thought that I did constrain it, but did I not? I constrained it here. Is that not good enough? It's way down here. Yeah, I constrained it right here, I thought. So I would think... Oh, that's the problem, right? This just needs to be that. Yeah, right. It's outside of the generic that... Right, because this wouldn't work with any other kind of iterator other than the env args. That now will work with any kind. Yeah, I had the specialization in the wrong place. It was like you can't specialize inside the generic, otherwise you'll run into problems. What the heck is this? It may not live long enough. Oh, do I need to say that it handles more traits? Like, it's It's interesting that it's complaining about args iterator on this line, though. Huh. I don't think it's all over again. I think it's that I didn't place enough constraints on it. So I think I need to say more than that it's an iterator. I think I need to say that it's also like... Because like this, the concrete type args supports more than one trait, right? Oh, where's that quick link again? Oh, right here. It also implements send and sync and debug. So maybe I need to do send and sync. I'm going to need to silence workrave in a second. I might as well just suspend it right now. I'll take a break after I figure out how to do this. I'm guessing that I have to say not only is it an iterator, it has to be a send and a sync. It is not send. Or did I misread that? Oh. It's not send and not sync. I misread that. Okay, then I don't understand the problem. There's a ... which means there's more information. If I were to just do cargo clippy outside here, I'll get it, right? And I'm going to scroll to the first error. I don't quite understand what that implies. Because man said that too, so give it static lifetime, but what does that mean? What does it mean for a type to have static lifetime like that? So that it doesn't contain any references. Okay, this is like new stuff for me to understand. It might be a reference. So we have to basically tell it that it's not going to be a reference. And that's what giving it a static lifetime means. Is that what you guys are saying? References inside must be static. Which makes sense, because we are moving it into a cell, and we could only do that if it was static. And all of the fields must be owned. Okay. Okay, I'm willing to accept that. So I have to say when I define the type that it's static, right? And I probably have to do that everywhere, don't I? Well, let's do it on the place that it actually cares about, which was there, which is here. So I have to, what, do plus static? Alright. That got me past one level. No method name work. Hold on. What's wrong with this? Oh, there's a trait not satisfied. F8. Oh, do I need to put the constraint on this? Args iterator is an iterator where its item is a string, and just for good measure we'll say it's also static lifetime. Hey, look at that. We got cleared down to here. These have a problem Y. It's again the same problem, right? I think I need to have a where clause on all these. These and I need to move into the implementation of the state anyway. I don't know why. I think I had these outside originally. I just got lazy. Where args iterator is an iterator whose item is a string, and it's... Yeah, okay, so I just need to do that. in all of these places. There. Didn't preserve the space there. Do I need it here too? Yes, I do. Oh, I missed one. Okay, that's a different problem. What is this problem here? Is it because this is not annotated with our iterator? Oh, there we go. That's really weird syntax. But I guess we're specializing it for that kind of script state, right? That's how you would think that that would be implied, or I would think that that would be implied, but I guess not. Can shorthand your generics to be impl? Oh, I can. And you're talking about the impl line, right? Where I have impl that. Can shorthand my generics to impl iterator item equals string plus static. How so? You're saying I can just do that here, right? And not have the where clause? Something like that? And then remove that? Or something like that? You're probably right, I just don't know what the syntax would look like. In the function signature. Oh, down... I think I see what you're saying. It's down where I did these, right? You're saying I can just do that... Well, I need to list it in two places, though. Wouldn't I? You can use impl trait instead of t, where t is trait for function arguments and return values. Oh. So I could say impl? No, that's not a trait, though. This is the trait. Okay, then I don't understand. I'm sorry. Are you saying I can just say impl that there and drop that? Oh, there we go. But that looks kind of gross to me. Yeah, I mean, that worked, but I actually kind of like it the other way. Yeah, I think I like it. I prefer it that way. Although it's sort of onerous to have to do that everywhere. Does this actually require static? Maybe I can get rid of that constraint. Okay, these didn't need the static constraint. Probably because they're not going to be, they're not concerned with borrowing or owning things longer. Yeah, okay, so I didn't need to say static on all those. Does it even need me to do... I need to do that though, right? Yeah, I need to do that. Honestly, at this point, you reach that constraint so many times, you honestly make it into a type def. I thought you can only do that with concrete types. This is a trait constraint. How can you do a type def with a trait constraint? Cannot type def trait constraints outside of nightly AFK. Yeah. Yeah, I ran into that earlier, and I learned that the types you can only do with concrete types. You can't do it with trait constraints, at least not in a stable. Maybe that's why they're adding it to nightly, huh? Once they add trait constraint aliases, I can do that. So if I move to nightly, I could use trait constraint aliases. That's fine. I can wait for that to get to stable. You know, this will give me more practice. These are my concrete types where I have been able to do that and shorten them. I have. Do I need to do it here? I do, don't I? Because this is generic still. Because that's generic, because that's generic. Yeah. Can't get away from it. You can do public function run where our iterator is static only at the place where it is called late bounds. Oh, so I could probably remove the static from a few more places. Where do I have static? The arrows I need. So you're saying I really don't need it there. I could do it. Okay, let's try that. Then I really need to take a break. So I'll remove these constraints, and then we'll get back to that error again, right? This huge error. And you're saying that I can do it just on the run. Let's try it. I didn't know you could do this. Where arg's iterator is static. Oh, that's nifty. I totally prefer that. Because it's closer to where it's actually needed. I like that. And we have to do it one more time, apparently. Here. That didn't quite work. Why not? What's it trying to tell me here? Okay. Apparently I can't do it on this one. Oh, do I need to, no. That's what I did, right? It doesn't like this one. Bummer. I didn't even read StructOpt docs yet, Silmith. So I missed it. I missed everything because simply I didn't read it yet. Provide support for applications where certain flags need to apply to all subcommands. Okay, so maybe StructOpt is the way to go. Could be. Maybe that's what we'll do next after the break. Impl has stricter requirements than trait. Impl has extra requirements static. Is this a different error then? Is that just an old error? Let me do cargo clippy on this. It's a different error, yeah. Impl has stricter requirements than trait. But that's on purpose, is that not? That's what I did up here. This impl has an extra requirement. Why is it an error here? Oh, because this is a trait implementation. I can't do it for a trait implementation. Okay. So this has to have a static here. I can't do this here. Good to know. But I can do it for a concrete implementation. This is a concrete implementation. This is a trait implementation. Because of the for thing. This didn't have for. Okay, I'm just saying it to myself to repeat that, to get it down, that I can narrow the constraint for a concrete implementation. I don't know if I'm using the right word. If we're not implementing a trait, I can narrow the constraint. But if we're implementing a trait, I can't narrow it. It has to be over the whole trait implementation. Cargo, explain that error? Sure. Explain error 0276. Trait foo, implement foo for that, where that, here all types implement foo must have a method. However, we've added one that isn't compatible. Consider removing the bound from the method, adding the bound to the original method definition in the trait. Yeah. Got it. That's because it has to fit the trait. The trait gives a constraint that says you can't narrow it. But in my implementation, I can do it because we're not bound by any trait. I understand that. Makes sense to me. But we're good on Clippy now, right? All right, I'm going to take a break. This will be a shorter break. I just need to get up and stretch. I'll be back in, let's say, 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry, a few seconds late. Getting some water on the way back. Alright, yeah. I enjoy learning this stuff along with you guys, if you don't already know it. I mean, what other programming language would have such a thing as this, you know? Alright, so let me check this in, because this works. I should build it once, though. Cargo, build, release. I should also convert the rest of the items tool over, I think. And, scripts. Okay, works. Should I run it through its paces? Attack script, change something. It should update, change it back. It updates it again. Alright. Another thing to test would be to go into the lib where we calculate the signature and hack it. So signature, one of the bytes, just add one. Force it to break. We should get connection reset now when we connect to the game. And it should exit gracefully. Nice. So then delete that, build again. I think we're good. I'm just gonna check it in. Oh, wait. That was for the scripts. Let me do the items one. The items one still, it doesn't do the command line stuff correctly. I'll try StructOpt after I'm done with this, yeah. Let me convert over the other tool. It's gonna be a lot of copy paste. In fact, I should probably just move this into the common part. Actually, no. Each tool might have different global options. But yeah. So I don't need this comment anymore. We're doing skip. Copy. Paste. Okay, copy. Paste. Alright, and then we might have to borrow because we don't have a slice anymore. We actually have a string. Okay, and then this was going to be args. And we're going to borrow the realm to get the instance reference so that we don't have to have a multi-borrow. Okay, and then this changes, these two change to strings. This one changes to args iterator. And then we have this additional constraint. And then that we need to define up here. It's in both places, right? Yeah. Where args iterator is an iterator, item is a string. The CMake documentation is pretty bad. Do I count CMake as a programming language? No, I don't count it as a programming language. I consider it on par with a markup language like Toml or YAML or JSON. I mean, not JSON, like Markdown. It's a markup language to provide a specification for how to do something very specific. I wouldn't call it a programming language, but that's just my opinion. Why didn't it like this name? Oh, because I need, in order for that to work, that has to be there too. And that's going to be used there, because that is going to be there. Yep. All the same reasons. And then I'm going to have another where clause here. Right, and then we'll have, instead of a vector of strings, it's an optional arguments iterator. And so, whoops, how did option get in there? Yep, this kind of goes everywhere then. It affects everything. Fix all of these types. All right. Import that for that. Where args iterator is an iterator of where the item is the string. Well, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Hey there, Ireld. How are you doing today? Yeah, it's a programming language just like HTML. Why do we make that generic again? Because the I don't want to tie the iterator to some specific concrete type. Particularly because the type actually changes when we do a skip, right? So the original type is args, but then the moment we do a skip, it becomes a something else. It becomes a skip. So the concrete type of the iterator actually could change depending on if we do things like skip. So making it a generic, it'll accept any kind of iterator, whether it's an args or a skip. Yeah. And that's just like what I've seen in the standard library and other libraries too, is that when you're going to make something that's reusable, you try not to tie it to concrete types. You try to tie it to trait bounds. Like that it'll work with any kind of iterator of strings. So yeah. Clap is heavy? Yeah, so clap was on the list next to StructOpt. We're gonna try StructOpt. You converted a StructOpt CLI to rgauge. What's rgauge? Is that another one we should consider? Because we had StructOpt or clap for parsing arguments, and now we have a third one, rgauge. Well, let's take a look at StructOpt. Okay, what else do I need to fix here? Is that it? That can't have been it. Oh, I'm in the wrong file, that's why. Yeah, we're not done yet. Couple problems here. So the name, it's similar to what we have to do in the sync script. This one. Right. Rather than, I should just type it again to help. Yeah, I should type it again. So it's let item name equals self dot args, and then we have to as mute because it's an option that we want to change because we're going to advance it, and we need to unwrap because it's inside of an option, advance the iterator, and then unwrap, or else we have to do no name given. There we go. And then because we're just storing right into there, I don't need the intermediate. I can just do that and then get rid of that. And we're done. Rgauge is another arg parser with the goal of minimizing generated code size. Okay. So, I mean, we could evaluate both. Maybe if one is not suitable, the other might be, right? Can't you apply generic to multiple types in some languages? Do you, what, by apply a generic to multiple types, do you mean to have a generic over multiple types, or do you mean instantiated for multiple types? Like, you could mean one or both, or one or the other or both. So, like in general, when you have some like generic type and then you have T, then that's instantiated, or what do they call it? There's a specific word that's used. Is it instantiated? Or something else? I need to get the word right. It's gonna bug me if I don't have the correct word. Yeah, there's a difference between like filling in a concrete type for the generic parameter versus setting a constraint like what types can be filled in. Those are different things, right? So C++ template, is it instantiation? Yeah, I think that's the right term. Instantiated. to be like generic type I32 or a generic type string. So that is replacing a generic type argument with a exact concrete type, and this become concrete. These become concrete where this is generic. So that's like some concrete type equals that, right? I think that's correct Rust to say that, right? Correct type 1, correct type, concrete type 2. They're different types, but they basically instantiate the same generic type, but with a different concrete type argument. So that's one thing you might have meant when you said apply. Apply to multiple types could be you have two arguments here, T, S. And so this one might be int32 and bool, and this might be string and int32. So that's multiple types there. If that's what you meant, then yeah, you can do that. The other way it could be where you have a constraint where T is some kind of, I don't know, where T is an option of something, right? In fact, there we go. You might have a constraint with two arguments where one has to be related to the other. Then that's not legal, but something like this would be I32, then you'd have option I. Like that. And then here you could have string and option string, right? Now these are legal because this being S and this being T, it satisfies this constraint. Option is not a trait. Okay, but okay, loosely speaking. Loosely speaking. So let's pretend option is a trait. If option were a trait, okay, what's something that's not a, let's have, I don't know, some other trait. Some other generic trait. You can have a generic trait, right? I might be wrong. Can you have a generic trait? Maybe I'm totally wrong on this. Just say foobar. But how would I illustrate trait constraints? I guess I can't do it in the same thing as I'm doing generics. Okay, so let me undo this a bit and I'll just describe them separately. So this is if you have, this is instantiating, right? So a constraint would be some kind of concrete type 3. Well, no. Generic type T where T is an option, or T is I don't know, iterator. That's what we've been doing, right? Where T has to be an iterator of strings, then you would still instantiate it. You still might have two concrete types. But in this case, the concrete type would have to be an iterator, so you might have standard env args, or you might have another kind of iterator, I don't know. Standard, I don't know what other kind of iterator. What's the one we were doing with the skip? Skip is what exactly? Adapters? Core iter adapters? Skip. Did I get that right? Yeah. So there is T is a generic type argument, but you can't fill just anything into it. This is saying what you fill in has to implement this trait. So these two, well, actually, Yeah, these two types would both implement... Actually, this one... Oh, that is... Oh, that's a structure. That's not a trait. Yeah, so this would have to be skip item equals string, right? Args is concrete enough, right? Yeah, it's just args. There we go. I think I got correct Rust now. You have no idea what's going on with Rust, but it looks familiar to Java. Yeah, there's a lot of familiarity between Java, C#, C++, Rust. It's all... The concept of... This is sort of universal to a lot of these languages. The concept that a generic type has arguments, and these are going to be filled in with concrete types, but you can specify all the functions in generic type for any kind of types, or you could do it for all types that fit some kind of constraint. I think you can do this in C# too, right? Skip string, structs don't have it. Okay, so it's just string. Yeah, I'd have a feeling that I did something wrong there. And I keep hitting the wrong key. So it's just that, right? Yeah, thank you, Silmeth. So I'm still learning this stuff too, that traits aren't generic, and skip is a concrete type, so it wouldn't have an associated type. I am being hosted by Adam13531. Thank you for the host, Adam. Adam is a great friend of the stream. He hosts a show called Adam Learns, but nowadays he's looking for a job, so he's practicing interview questions. Hey there, TS Jost. Can have different impl blocks for different generic constraints for one given struct. Yes. Yeah, it's confusing, but it makes sense. So yeah, we're just looking at this because we're talking about Rust, and specifically different places where you'd see types in generics and traits. So this is a trait. T here is a generic type argument. So it could be any type as long as, for this case, as long as that type implements this trait. And so here are two example concrete types which fit both the, I guess you could say the recipe or the template of the generic type, but also meet the constraint of the argument. And then here's the more generic case where you have two type arguments. You can just fill whatever types you want because there's no constraint in there. And then we're talking about the difference between what a generic type is and a concrete type, and what it means to go from one to the other. It's called instantiation. I think I'm using the right terms. It's lunchtime. Have a great lunch, Adam. Thank you for the host. Yeah, we're at stream 400 today. You can implement generic traits multiple times for a single struct, but you can implement a trait with an associated type only once. Yeah, I haven't even... Yeah, this is an associated type, which I'm not quite strong with yet. I'm still getting used to that. So it's kind of like you can use the iterator trait, but when you do, you have to specify a concrete type for what the iterator is operating on, which makes sense. Like, you can't just say iterator of anything. It has to be an iterator of something, and that has to have some kind of concrete type. So anyway, should I save this as a note? Whoa, why did it put me there? Let's go to projects, and then we'll go to here and doc, stream notes, Rust, generics, instantiation. I'll save that as a stream note for later. Anyway, we were just, that was sort of a diversion. I was looking into refactoring my command line tools that I've been working on in Rust. These used to be in Python. They are now in Rust, and I'm refactoring them. What these tools do is they work with my game. If you don't know it, then you're welcome to watch my intro video or just log into my game. It's there. My game looks like this. It's inspired by Ultima 4 and 5. It is a multiplayer game where it's mostly going to be text, but I don't have any content yet, so it's all test stuff right now. And you have a world view with icons representing what's around you. And I already have mechanisms in the game to do things like items and monsters and attacking and defending and that kind of thing. So along with certain admin capabilities in the front end of the game itself, I also have command line tools. So one of them would be like items, where we can count the number of items in the game. So like in my test world here, there are 21 items. And I have another tool that keeps the game scripts in sync with my local workstation, tracking the hash codes or digests of all the scripts, and then if anything changes locally, it'll update them automatically to the game. So these were written in Python, and I ported them to Rust because I am learning Rust because my viewers recommended I look into it. And I got the tools working, and now I'm working on updating them to work with... what am I saying? I got them working in Rust, and now I'm looking to clean them up and refactor them to use a little bit more, they say idiomatic Rust, or just, general things that are done better. So one of the things I did here was I changed it to be, instead of working with the command line arguments just by collecting them into a vector of strings here, I can't even drag to highlight that, but on this line right here, we were used to take the arguments from the command line, collect them into a vector, and then see if there's less than 2 of them, then print this error. Otherwise, take the second one, since it's 0-based, and that's the realm argument. So we're now using a more idiomatic way, where args is an iterator of strings, and we're going to say, hey, skip the first one because that's the name of our program. We don't care what the name is. And then take the next one, and then unwrap means there had better be a next one, or else do this, which is to print an error message and return from the program to stop the tool early. But if we got a value, stored into there. So it's a lot more compact. It's a lot cleaner. There's no hard-coded numbers other than the fact that we're skipping one argument at the front. Yeah, we're about to check out the StructOpt crate. So I wanted to do this in 2 steps. First, I wanted to get some practice in using iterators. And then I wanted to check out StructOpt because of popular demand, so we're going to do that. So I was just finishing up, I did this scripts tool and I was going to do the items tool the same way. And I was in the process of updating the tool to use args as an iterator, but I'm not done yet. So there's still some compiler errors I got to work out. I think this have to do with some of these constraints, right? Right, this had to say... args iterator here. And this, by the way, is the turbofish syntax. It says don't just go to the onChat method of the item state type, but go to the onChat message of the instantiation of the item state type for the args iterator argument, because it's a generic type. That's what that means. This is a generic type. The turbofish basically narrows the scope of the type to be this specific instantiation of the type, and then go to that instantiation's function. It's called turbofish, I believe, because of those 3 characters in sequence. Okay, right, so args here is going to start out as none, because they're not passed in right away. They're passed in after we've done a little bit of parsing. And then I don't need to do string from realm because it already is a string. I think I actually might be almost done here. Yeah, this already is a string, so I don't need to do these intos. And same with that, right? Oh, this has to be sum because it's wrapped inside of an option. Yep. All right, no errors or warnings. So I want to quickly get this done because I want to get into doing StructOpt as a better way to do this. Thank you for that link, Ereld. It's a very interesting and humorous site, the turbo.fish. Okay, so now I should be able to do the items that should still work. It's not only just count items, let's find gold in the test realm. It found 5 piles of gold, yay. How long have I been working on it so far? So there is a how long command that explains how long I've been doing the stream and the game and the stuff before that. How long have I been doing Rust? About a month now, right? If I look at my own notes, I decided to start learning Rust, yeah, exactly 1 month ago. Exactly 1 month ago, I put my first toes into Rust. Learning Rust Day 1. And these are all on my YouTube, by the way. If you want to see me learning Rust from scratch, just go to my YouTube channel. I actually have the VODs for the first 4 days of learning Rust in a special playlist because a lot of people were watching it. I'm like, hey, let's just put it in a playlist to be easier for people to find that way. But yeah, I've been doing the Rust stuff for about a month. That's been enough time for me to get competent enough to do basic command line tools and to figure out how iterators work. What are some of the other things we've done here? Working with JSON, working with files. There are 2 basic ways to work with JSON. I'm just doing one of the 2, which is to dynamically test if the JSON has a certain shape. There's another way where you can map it to a deserializer to do it and convert it straight to a struct, and I opted not to do that because of how unstructured my data is. Hey there, Owl Dev. How are you doing today? And done a couple other things. The hardest thing that I've somewhat gotten comfortable with is how to do asynchronous Rust. And when you do it with traits, it gets really complicated because there's a syntax in Rust where we can mark a function as asynchronous, which will probably look familiar if you know how to do asynchronous stuff in other languages. And let's go to lib. Async function. So the way this works is if you put the async keyword in front of the function, instead of it returning whatever its normal return value is, it returns a future object which can be polled, and when it completes, it gives you the final result, even if you didn't have a return type. So technically this run async does return something. It returns a future that when it's done gives you nothing. So it's all run for side effects, right? So the hardest part for me, again, to figure out was how to do it with traits. So this other stuff is a function for a trait. And right now, asynchronous trait functions aren't stable in Rust, so we have to kind of de-sugar that syntax. This async is really syntactic sugar for just an ordinary function, but instead of returning something, it returns a future. So this is the more explicit syntax for how you would return one kind of future. And because of other limitations in the syntax, we can't just say we're returning some kind of future. We actually have to return a concrete type. And in order to get this all to work, the concrete type that we're picking is a pinned boxed trait object. And like I was explaining at the beginning of today's stream, to understand this line of code, you have to get into 8 different topics in Rust and that are not beginner level by any means. And you have to take all 8 concepts and kind of hook them together. So this is not only a type alias, it's also a generic type where its argument happens to be a associated type of a trait object inside, which is dynamically allocated in the heap. That's what box does, and whose memory address doesn't change, and that's what pin does. So yeah, future is like a promise in JS or a promise/future in C++. The idea is that this function, when you call it, returns immediately and does not do any of this work yet. It merely takes this function and any state that you capture along with that function and puts it into an anonymous object, which ends up inside this box. And then when you take that future and you ask it to try to run, which is, in terms of Rust, it's called a poll. If I hover over future, the big thing is it'll say it's the poll method, right? Because the way you advance the state of a future is to poll it in order to say, hey, go do some work. And then when it returns, it'll tell you either it's completely done or it needed to yield. And when it yields, you go to some other future and you know to come back to this one because in the part of the polling mechanism is you give it a way to signal you when it's ready to continue. And the way that hooks into the syntactic sugar is whenever you do any kind of a wait, you are yielding the processor until the future that you're waiting on is done. And that yield for you is returning back up and saying, hey, we're not done yet. Call us later when we're ready. And I don't fully understand all of the like low-level details, but it's similar to other languages where it's not like it's running in a separate thread. It could be, but it might not be. In my case, it's definitely not because I'm doing single-threaded asynchronous processing. It's round robin. It's whenever one of these features is ready, we run it a little bit further. And then when all of our features are done, then the whole tool is done. And like you might expect, the way that looks is where we're actually the main sort of top-level task that the program does is it sets up a bunch of features and it just says join all of them. Similarly to how you would join a thread, this basically says take these 3 features and consider it all one big task and don't return or yield until all of these features are done. This is itself inside of an asynchronous function, right? So it's kind of like a multi-await. And for my tool, what we'll do is 3 different things in the background. The sync feature is forwarding messages that are destined to a WebSocket that's going to my game server. That's the sync feature. The source feature is processing messages that arrive back from the server to us. So messages the server is sending us. And then the tool work feature, I haven't picked a great name for it. It's called other stuff right now. So the other stuff depends on the tool. So for the items tool, there's no work, so it's done right away. For the scripts tool, it's monitoring the local file system using a watcher so that whenever I change a file, it'll do a little bit of extra work saying, is this file need to be uploaded to the server or not? And if so, let's send a message and all that stuff, right? Which is why we have to pass the sync TX, by the way, little random fact. The other stuff might need to send messages to the server, and that's to the sync transmit side. So anyway, it's all asynchronous on one thread because we're using features that are executed on top of a single-threaded executor. If these words sound strange, then they're defined for you. You get the definitions and explanations when you start learning this stuff. But like in other languages, the way features and asynchronous works is ultimately you have to have a thread. You have to have something that's calling these features to actually have them do their work. In Rust, it's called an executor, and there's one built into the language, so to speak. It's in the module or crate called futures. And it's just called the futures executor, and one thing you can have it do is just say, hey, please just run this feature and don't return until it's done. That's called block on. Block on this feature. So it's the simplest executor where it says, no matter how many tasks this ends up unwrapping to, just wait until they're all done and then return from this function call. So it's turning something asynchronous into something completely synchronous, and that's what the main thread calls. The main thread comes in here and says, here's a bunch of features, just run them all, let me know when you're done. Effectively coroutines, yeah. Yep. Oh, JT, you have to go? See you, JT. Thanks for being here. So, you don't have to do, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. You don't have to do this executor. There are other alternative ones in Rust. There are ones that will use a thread pool. And so there your features might be running not just concurrently, but they also might be running in parallel, meaning that you might have different CPU cores executing them like in sync with each other. Well, not in sync, simultaneous. So there you have to have some extra worries that you have to think about, like, is everything you're doing thread safe? If not, you have to use mutexes and channels and message exchange and that kind of thing. For the time being for these tools, I just kept it easy. It's just one thread, block on everything, run everything concurrently. But so the caveat is, if you're going to use one thread, you can't have any of your features take too long. So they can't block on any kind of file system call. They can't just sleep. They have to do their work quickly. And if they can't finish, then they have to yield. So I had to do a few extra little things. Like there are a few places where I want to do a sleep. So I couldn't just tell the thread to sleep. I have to use a special async standard task sleep, which is basically giving us a future which does not complete until a fixed amount of time has elapsed. So that's why I have to have an await here. So this effectively will force us to yield the processor until this amount of time has elapsed, which I think I just set to 1 second. Yeah, just 1 second. So you have to be conscious of that. If you are going to put this on an executor in single-threaded mode, you can't just block that thread because then you stop all processing. Sleep. Tokyo has that as well? Yeah, from my understanding, Rust has several different runtimes for async, and one one's async standard, another one's Tokyo, and there's a third one that I forget the name. But Rust being a relatively young language, they not only haven't agreed upon one way of doing things, there are many different candidates, and they also have some competition between them. So yeah, the alternative Tokyo, I looked into it a little bit, but I didn't have a taste for it. Nothing bad about it technically, I just didn't prefer it. Anyway, I was going to check this in, which I did, right? I made make sure I checked in the last work. No, I didn't. Where is my window? How come I don't see my check-in window? Oh, because I haven't hit enter. There we go. I wanted to check this in because I wanted to get this, oh, yeah. I wanted to get this checked in, and then I'm going to try out using StructOpt. Or what is it? StructOpt crate. We're going to try the StructOpt crate. First, I want to check this, add a stream note about generics, instantiation, and constraints. And then this is the change to use iterators instead of vectors for using the command line. Yeah, I got a little bit of LF, CRLF inconsistency there. So use iterators rather than vectors for command line arguments. All right, so that's one step of refactoring. The next step, hopefully, if it meets my needs, is to use the StructOpt. So let's look into that. I'm going to change my current task to say this. So we already cleaned up how they're collected. Now we're going to look into using StructOpt. That's the name of it, right? StructOpt for managing command line arguments. Like the separate commits for different logical changes. I try to do that because then if I really need to back up, it's easier for me to pick a backup point that isn't like messy. StructOpt. Opt. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Let me do what I would normally do if I wasn't streaming, which is I'm going to just go to crates.io. I'm going to type the word StructOpt and go to its repository, I guess, first, because they probably have a home page. Parse command line arguments by defining a struct. It combines clap with custom direct. So clap was mentioned before, so that's, I guess, smaller then, if this is combining clap with some extra stuff. So the documentations are there. So we added to our dependencies there. It's at version 0.3. So while we're reading, I can just add that now to my cargo toml. I can say that we're going to depend on StructOpt one name, one word. Okay. And then cargo, actually it's already running cargo check for me. Look at that. I didn't even have to do anything. VS Code is just doing it. It pulled it in for me. Okay, so then in my Rust file, I'm going to be using StructOpt. That's hard to say, StructOpt. Have I seen lib.rs? What do you mean by lib.rs? The meaning of lib.rs for me has always been, since I've learned Rust, it's been the name of your main module, your root crate for a library. But does lib.rs mean something else? How'd you get dark mode on GitHub? I think I did it with Dark Reader. I think that's what I'm using. It's a website, lib.rs? I don't know this. Is it like crates.io? Struct Opt. Is it better than crates.io? It looks similar to crates.io to me. Looks similar. Is it just another way to look it up? It's just different? Okay. It's a bit of a mirror with different rankings. Oh, okay. Good to know. Thank you, Guritoro. I'll give you a point. Also, hello. Rustway seems to be come up with sensible interfaces, test and improvements, standardize them, and let different implementations compete, but the users already have the sweet comfort of standardized APIs. Yeah. Although for futures, I've gotten confused more than once that they're slightly different between runtimes. Suppose always useful to have another place to find things. Yep, exactly. Okay, so how do we use this? Okay, so we are defining a struct and annotating it with these, what are these called? Attributes, I guess? I sort of get it. We don't have to say what the option is unless it's different. Okay, I see that. It uses kebab case. That's neat. All right, so this simple example didn't quite fit. So I should have saved it. I had a buffer in here where I explain. Oh no, here it is. Here's what I need from command line processor. I needed to be able to distinguish global arguments separately from subcommand args. It needs to know the significances of a subcommand and know that the subcommand arguments are different depending on the subcommand. You guys were saying before, it will be able to do this if I use an enum here somewhere, right? Subcommands, yeah. Will I be able to find that naturally by navigating through this, or do I need to save your link? I'll just keep your link off to the side. Thank you, Silmith. You do it nicely typed enums. Alright, actually, let me finish reading this first. It's nice that it gives, like, command line help, even. It generated that automatically, right? Through the docs. That's really cool, actually. I like that. The main program, all it had to do was opt from args and print it out. Okay, so printing it gives the usage, I'm guessing. Or is this crashing? I guess I'll find out. This is probably generated from that, right? And this is generating usage auto-magically. Never heard of kebab case before? Oh yeah. That's where you do dashes. Kebab case. It's like it's all strung out with a kebab. Oh, I see. The usage is part of opt from args. If it passes, it's printing out the actual options. I got it. All right. Okay, so let me move on to this one. So here we go. Subcommands. Prints help and quips. That's exactly what I want, actually. That's nice. I'm liking it so far. Each of these acts somewhat like a separate command, but as part of a larger group. One example is git. Exactly. Okay, so we would have an enum. We'd have to derive... I guess there's a trait. StructOpt trait. The stupid content tracker. That is actually the about for git, believe it or not. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I appreciate it. Using derive on an enum instead of a struct will produce clap app that only takes subcommands. So git, yeah, all right. Okay. Okay, so this is the global option one, right? How does this work then? Let me not get disoriented. Let me look at the original example. Oh, okay. Whatever they use from args is the root for the whole command. Then that's why they have two of these. One is the root and the other one is not. Okay, we have make cookie command I'm looking how these are connected to each other. Okay, right here. Make cookie has a command in it. Command has a finish subcommand. Or a... Okay, and then finish has yet another subcommand. So this is just a ridiculous nesting of it that you can do. Got it. I got rid of the hydration reward because it was too distracting. I might bring it back. It was being used a lot to distract me, and I didn't like that. What I need to do is to come up with some channel point rewards that are things that viewers want and that don't irritate me. I need to have a happy compromise between those two. So I was thinking when I put more work onto my channel's overlay, yeah, like the pet the cat was another thing. Like I was okay petting the cat once or twice, but when it got to be like 5-6 times in a row, it was just irritating. But like I was thinking, if I have things that you can interact with on my overlay and make those accessible through channel point redemptions, I wouldn't mind that. It wouldn't irritate me that much. I might see things floating across my overlay, and other streamers have that. People seem to like that. I might bring back stuff like hydration reward and pet the cat if it's not going to irritate me. So that might be through that I just limit it to once or twice a stream, or make the number of points really high, or maybe I say, well, we can do it for the first half of the stream and then I turn it off when I get irritated. Yoda voice, yeah, that was another thing. It's just, I need to find the happy medium between viewers enjoying using it, but not irritate me. Remote code execution for channel points. Primogen has a limited version of that, right? So you can screw with his editor. Run some of his editor commands through channel point rewards. You can make his screen turn off. Yeah, it's just, if it gets to the point where it's irritating me too much, then I'm not going to be a happy streamer. You guys don't want an unhappy streamer. You want a happy streamer, right? You need to find something that both keeps me happy and then keeps you happy at the same time. That's kind of hard for me to right now. Okay, marking a field with subcommand will add the subcommands of the desired enum to the current app. The designated enum must also be derived from that. So make cookie pound. Okay, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. So that's if it expects certain arguments in a certain order, you would list it as a struct without calling it a... Oh, okay, I'm missing something. How do you distinguish between a required argument and an optional argument? I don't know how to do that yet. Happy streamers seem overrated. Mess with the chat overlay. Yeah, we could do that. You could maybe change the theme of the chat overlay. Must use unsafe reward. You mean like force me to start programming a different way? I don't think that would work out. It would be fun for you and not for me, I think. All right. Okay, I get this, but I need to back up a little bit because I need to know, the question I have is the difference between required and an optional argument. Is it if it has a default value? Parse from occurrences? I don't understand this yet. Oh, right. If you have... Okay, I get that one now. Interesting that you have to say that it can't be implied by the type. Oh, if it's not required, it's option. I see. So the way they have it set up, they only have one required argument, right? Oh no, they don't even. Or do they? Let me look at this more carefully. The dash O, where was that one? dash O output, I guess. Okay, so speeds, because it's default, we didn't have to list it. From occurrences mean you can have 0 of it. How do we make this a default? Is it false by default? Oh. That's the name is by default. How is this not required? If used, so it means it's implicitly optional, so that the default would be false, I guess. Okay, so that one is required, right? Because there's no way to default that. After you have enough content in the game, you could trigger events in there. Yeah, perfect example of that, Guitorio. I might have, you could trigger a world event in the game. Yep. Optional arcs is just option. Okay, so technically the output file is also option. No, it's not optional because it's not an option. Speed is not optional, but it has a default to make it optional. Okay, so if it's an option, or it has a default, or it's from occurrences, or it's a bool, then it has a default value. Otherwise, it's required, right? I guess vector could be 0 length. How does that work? That would be dash L, right? Do they have any dash L? Oh, they have it right here. Oh, when you have it twice. I see. I see. I see. Okay. That's the number of cars, 4. Got it. Okay, I kind of get it. I like it too. I think I know enough for now where I can try to get myself into trouble as long as I understand this. That in their example down, where was their example? I went too far. In this example, make cookie was the outer one, right? This is the outer command. And this is the sub command, which has to be an enum. And how do we identify? Oh, by this, this gets turned into a kebab case. Right. And then, actually, I didn't know you could do that in an enum. Is that just shorthand for having a structure and then putting the structure's name in parentheses? Because if so, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. That too. Yeah, exactly. I know enough to get myself in trouble. I say that's like a Raimu quote. How are you doing, null pointer reference? Also, hello Toulouse. And the epic unknown. And who else did I miss? Math and video games. I like your name. Moscowish. Hello. I probably missed a whole bunch of other people from the Adams raid. But that should cover enough people recently chatting. Okay, let me try this. So we'll try it with the easier one first, items. Since this has only one sub command. No, take it back. Scripts first because it only has one sub command. Okay, so then I would not do that myself. I would define a structure here. Options. And then I have to say it derives from... haven't memorized the name yet. StructOpt is pulled in through a use, right? So StructOpt. StructOpt. Okay, didn't like that. Why? Did I not? Oh, it's just Rust Analyzer. Probably needs to be restarted. Either that or it can't find that normally. Gotta wait for it to load here for a second. It's reloading. How long does it take to reload? Oh, is it reloaded and I'm just missing something? Probably because I'm missing stuff in here. That's interesting that we get that. Should I be seeing that? Anyway, I'll just ignore that for now. Okay, when it began to type, it cleared up. Okay, never mind. I would like to be able to control click that. I don't know why I can't. That's fine. We'll get around it. So then the argument is going to be realm name, and the way they want me to describe it is it's not an option, right? I just want a name. Wait, why do they have to have equals file? Huh. Let me look at this one. Okay, so it's just not annotating at all. It'll just require it. So I would just do realm string like that. Missing command. OCaml enum variants might have only tuples as their data. If you want structs, you need to put them in a separate type. Made you sad when you learned that. Oh, so you can do it in Rust, but not OCaml? Yeah, the chat overlay we're using, Stream Parrot, is right now I have it configured to ignore all chat that begins with exclamation point. So yeah, that's actually a trick. If you don't want your chat showing up on my stream, you would just start with a exclamation point. And then hopefully the first word you type is not a real command. But I guess you can say not, you can say, you can just do 2 bangs. Hello. Because a bang itself will never be a command. So that's a secret way to message it. Secret chat, there you go. Now people watching the VOD on YouTube will have no idea what you're chatting, A squared. A squared just said something really horrible about you YouTube viewers. No, just kidding. With the Twitch VOD, I think it still shows chat, right? But when I export it to YouTube, that is lost. So what only is retained is what you see and hear. All right, so StructOps. The next one is going to be the subcommand, so I need to have that have the special attribute. StructOpt subcommand. Subcommand. Oh, I didn't do that right. There's no colon. There's parentheses instead. All right, and then that is command string. No, enum. So this has to be a command op. Is that the name that they use in their example? They use type or just command. We'll use that. So we'll say no, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Derive StructOpt enum command opt. There's only going to be one right now. It's sync. And what do I... Oh, this is a type name, so sync. And do I need to annotate that at all? I don't think I do. And it doesn't actually have... Oh no, it does have another option. So that is the path. So... They actually had an example with that, right? Over here. Path buff. And I would have to make it parse from OS string, right? Can I do that here, or do I need to put it in one of these? I'm going to guess that they want me to put it into a structure like that and say, StructOpt, which I still have trouble saying, and at least have the parse from OS string that goes into a path vec, or a path buff. And I need to give it a name. Scripts, path. It's a variant name. Variants are not types. So an enum is not a type, it's a variant? Or are you saying that this is a variant? This would be the variant, right? Sync would be a variant. It's not a type, it's a variant of that type. The full type would be command opt : sync, right? Or that would be a variant of the type. You should make it a different struct if you want to pass it around. Don't think we need to pass it around. And this is technically in standard path buff, right? Okay, I think I got it. So let's see what we get. So, let's try the newfangled approach. At command line argument parsing, shall we? So let's let opts equal StructOpt from args. I didn't do that right, did I? Oh, I had to go through my own type. So it's opts from args. And how did that not work? What is it telling me? Hold on, what? Oh, do I need to use because it's brought in through a trait of some kind? Yeah. Okay. So the alternate syntax would be what? Actually, I don't know what it would be. Would it be, yeah, I don't know. Let's just do the using. I'll have to get over my squeamishness about that. So use StructOpt. Fighting my keyboard. Don't mind me. StructOpt. And now I don't need to be explicit in a few places, right? I can just say that. And that. And then that works. There we go. You can derive a trait and don't implement any methods yourself, hence all methods on or from the trait. Yeah. Okay, there's the alternate syntax. Thank you, Ereld. So I could have said that. If I wanted to, I could have said this. It's the reverse turbofish. Reverse turbofish from args. You know, I'm just going to accept that we're going to pull in StructOpt from the right place. Yeah, it's fine. It's nice to know the reverse turbofish is a way we could do it, though. Let me put that in today's notes. There's the example of reverse turbofish for as an alternative to using use to access a trait method. Technically, it's a trait method, right? A trait method that is otherwise that is not in scope. There we go. Sad it doesn't exist. Fish.turbo. We have turbo.fish. Is .turbo a top-level domain? Oh, right. And then this will... I'm guessing it will just panic if not everything is cool. So that means... got the realm name, got the command and its path. Is that all I needed? I think so. So that means I can drop all of this code. I don't even need to do this, really. It will tell me that it's unknown, right? I don't need to do that. I don't even need to do... Okay, so the command... Command is part of the options now, so I don't even need that. So we're just making a tool. And in fact, I can delay making the tool now to when I actually need it. So let's push it all the way down here to where we actually need it. There. And then the options replaces the command and the arguments and the realm. Right? And then instead of, I guess we can get we can borrow a reference to realm. Let realm equal borrow ops dot. Actually, how do I use the options? Options dot what? As mute. I don't know. I should just read the documentation. There's a lot of chat though. Turbo's not a TLD. ICANN has .cheeseburger? Really? I think TS Joss is pulling your leg. ICANN has cheeseburger meme. Yeah, we need to know where to go for that, don't we? Too much of a square. Realm is not a TLD. Ah, too bad. I wanted to open up a documentation link. Actually, I don't need that. I can just update my own docs, right? So cargo doc will document my StructOpt for me. I think Rust Analyzer just failed to infer the type. Ops.realm should work. It could be that I need to restart Rust Analyzer, or you think maybe Rust Analyzer is not good enough to see into that? We'll find out. You think it should just work then, right? Like that? It's running cargo doc, so it can't actually check that yet. It's probably blocked waiting for this. Wow. I should just take the moment to hydrate. Why does Chrome search not support regex? You mean the search engine? Do you mean web search engines? And if so, I don't know why they don't support regex. That would be really handy. Rust Analyzer has issues with once cell lazy dereffing into an inner type. Hydro homies. What's a hydro homie? The search in page. Oh. Like Control F. Yeah, okay, got it. They don't support regex? That's a bummer. So now I have the docs updated. I can go to my own local link here and reload it, and I'm not in the right place, am I? This one, reload that. Search for StructOpt. Here we go. Actually, can't I just search for opt? Won't that even be in my own names, my own crate? Hold on. I should be able to find this in my own crate under scripts. Yes. Here's my own crate. Where's the structures? Ops. Here we go. Aha! It's got a field directly in it. So yeah, it should just know that. It says unknown. I think just Rust Analyzer needs to be restarted. Or it's just not capable of seeing that. Maybe it will wake up and figure that out someday. So I don't need to borrow a reference because we already borrowed it. Oh, wait. No, we're going to want to clone it, aren't we? Or drop it by the time we get to here. Yeah, I guess we can drop it. Yes, this is not going to let me do it because it's a multi-borrow, right? Oh no, it's just different. Actually, we could probably borrow it from that because we're going to want to just borrow a reference anyway here, right? Yeah, wouldn't that be simplest? Ops is borrow an ops. I don't need a realm string anymore. You can do let ops equals ops from args to force it to know the type. I think it knows the type of ops. It just doesn't know. Yeah, see, it knows that. It just doesn't know what's inside there. But we'll try that, if this will actually help it out. I don't think it will. Oh, it did. You're right. I was wrong. Thank you, Silmith. So I'm helping out Rust Analyzer a little bit with that, right? So without that, it's like, I don't know. I don't know what that is. That's not too much of a overhead, so I'll just keep it. So now it will at least be able to look that stuff up. Okay, we're going to borrow that. The reason I'm borrowing it... Hold on. What's this? What's the problem here? Oh, yeah, we don't need this to be generic anymore, do we? The reason I was going to borrow it is because we are also borrowing from well, technically I'm not. Maybe I can get away with not borrowing it. Let me see. Can I just move it in? Or will it have a problem with that? Oh, I guess so. So I need to remove all of the args iterator junk. Right? And same thing with script states. We're not holding on to an argument iterator anymore. This is just opts now. And we will, in the new... Actually, hold on. I can fully synchronize this now with the construction of it. We can actually put that in to scripts. Wait, was I editing items just now? I was. No, I wasn't. When I construct tool, I can just give it the ops there. Then it could have it from the start, and I don't have to worry about it being optional. Yeah. We're only borrowing the realm long enough to get the instance out anyway, so we should... Our borrow of realm should end at the end of this statement, so this should be fine. Yeah, that'll work. So then I just need the new to take the options, so that's like that, and then we pass it along to this new, and then this goes right in here. And just move that to be in alphabetical order. I need to find this one. Yeah, put that in alphabetical... Whoops. Put that in alphabetical order. There we go. Just take ownership, store the object inside the struct. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Think the tool show only the command enum. Yeah, I was thinking about that while I was looking at that code down there. I'm like, maybe I should pull in configuration and instance also. The thing is, these don't need to be stored in the state at all. They're only used in run to figure out some things, and they're passed along to the common part, but the configuration is never actually stored in the state at all, and neither is the instance. So I didn't want to give them to new because there's no reason for us to store them. They're only needed transiently in the common tool. We don't need to store them. So I was keeping that out. Let's clean this up. If that's what you were saying, if you're saying something else, I apologize. I didn't understand. You don't think it should be given all of the options? Should only contain the command enum. I was just going to give it all of the options. Why not take all of the options, including the realm name? Even it might need it later. Like, that's why I could remove realm, because now it's embedded in options, right? This is sort of like a global option that applies to all commands, so I was thinking any subcommand would need it, potentially. You know what I'm saying? All my global options go up above the subcommand, so it doesn't mean the subcommands don't need it. They still need it. So that's why I was including all of the options in the tool. All right. I got it. All right. I think sometimes I just misinterpret what's written in chat. It's not your guys' fault, it's mine. Okay, so I don't need to include options here. I don't need this line. They don't have that. And then here it's state dot options dot realm. And do we need to borrow that? Oh no, it consume. Is it gonna let me do that? I bet you it's not gonna let me do that. Because we're not borrowing it. It's just gonna steal it. It's not gonna let me do that, is it? I'm gonna get an error in a bit after what I've started to understand about Rust is that sometimes it won't show you an error because there are other errors that are masking it. I need to get rid of all these other generics that don't make any sense, and it'll probably start to complain about what I just did a moment ago. Yeah, all of these need to go. All of these need to go. All of these where clauses need to go. That needs to go as well. This can go now. And another one. Another where clause. Another turbofish. Goodbye, turbofish. Okay, so where are our errors? Up here. Okay. More generics are going to be deleted. All right. Another where clause is taken out. I'm just following the train of errors here. Okay, so here I don't need to do this, right? This is in the options, so I don't need that at all. So I can actually remove this variable completely. That's nice. And I don't need to parse it here because we already parsed it. And then up here, we don't need to create it. Okay, so here's where it's different, right? It's not script path, it's options. Oh, don't I need to pull it out because this is only going to be called for the sync command. So I have to do a match, don't I? Yeah. self.options.command. Oh, let me catch up with chat a little bit. Removing turbofish is sad for you? Yeah, it should always be sad. There's always going to be a place for the turbofish. Match on some commands before dispatching and pass the relevant options. Yeah, I think you're right. The problem is that I will need to put it back into the state again. So either way, I'm going to have to, when we get to here, this might be called from the context of several different subcommands. So we just need to check it. Yeah, I think this whole thing should just be inside of a match. This is reading a directory, and then... Hold on. What's this doing again? Oh, it's doing this part. Yeah, so just put this inside of a match. Self.options.command. Command. This is the wrong thing. What is... Can I go to that? I can't go to that. Okay, I'm being tagged. What are you guys saying? Match on? Yeah. Then all relevant subcommands will have options for that. No, this comes from somewhere else. It's a little bit complicated by the fact that the common part of the tool will say, hey, here's a message, the scripts message. Please we're going to handle it by doing that. The scripts message we might get no matter what subcommand we're doing. So we're going to need to match by the command to know what to do with this, right? And I'm just going to be lazy about it. I'm going to say if the command is sync, then do this part of the code. Otherwise, just don't bother with it. And the same thing with that. So yeah, these two are specific to the sync command, and so are these. In fact, I could just put this entire body inside of this match subcommand at this point. Yeah, why not? Yeah, so the problem is this is not working. Why is this not working? Because I don't have all the arms. But why didn't it let me type in command op? Okay, now it's working. Sync. And then, what do I put here? Like this, and then path? And then that matches, there's only one arm. How come this doesn't work? Oh, no parentheses. Okay, cool. And then this path is the path buffer. Okay, great. So then I'm going to cut and paste. And that was weird. It indented that funny. Okay. Probably because my style is inconsistent. Whoops. Right, so if it's the sync command, then we have this... Okay, I need to call this different. Let's call this the scripts path. Can I do it this way? And then just say that? Hey, that worked. Cargo format this mess. Yeah, but I bet you if I let it format that, it's just going to look ugly to me. I guess I can give it a shot. I can give it a shot, see what it does. Why am I doing a to owned here? Do I know which one I do a clone? What's wrong with this now? Can't move out of the path. Okay, so... How do I not move out? By making a... Oh, it's moving out there. Okay, so I'll clone that here too. Wait a minute, no, that I can clone. What am I moving out? Data move occurred on 118. It did? Oh, I can't do that? Well, shoot. I don't want to move it out, so what do I do? Can I do it by reference? Or something like... Yeah, can I do that? Yeah, we'll see if I like it. Okay, how do I match something without pulling it out? Or is it because of what I'm doing inside of here? Yeah, see, it doesn't like me moving it out. Consider borrowing it. Oh, I can borrow a reference here. Oh, there we go. All right. That works. And this doesn't work because we're already borrowing self. Okay, this is a problem. I might need to clone the command. I mean, yeah, I might need to clone the command out. Because we're going to have a multi-borrow problem here, aren't we? Yeah, Cheesky had it. But the problem is now we're borrowing from self, and now we're trying to borrow from self again, and these are mutable. They need an exclusive reference to self. So I can't be borrowing from self, which means I think I could have to clone the command to use it. Because potentially these could change the command itself. Right? Actually, that doesn't make sense. It's just not allowed. You make it a free function. Well, you can't have a immutable reference and a mutable one at the same time. To do different structs. Yeah. Because what we're mutating in here is this script collection. Yeah. This is just the naive way I did it when I was used to Python and C++. Yeah, the problem is I have just too much stuff in this self, right? We can't be borrowing from options and while borrowing from a change self again. Change self while we're borrowing from options. Oh, for now I'm just going to do I'm going to do the unthinkable. Let command equal self.ops.command.clone. And that won't work until I make it clonable, which we can do. Clone. I can't clone it? Wait, why? Why can't I clone? You can clone strings. Do I have to do this? There we go. Everything is clonable. All right. And then I can just say match that command. And now we're good. All right. Yep, I got it. I got it. No, gasp, clone, no. I should put a fix me or to do. Remove this clone by redesigning our state so that we separate the parts we need to mutate from the rest. I don't want to do it right now. Just clone it. This is what Chris would tell me anyway. Just clone it and move on. And if I really wanted to fix that clone, I would have to redesign our state to separate, which might not be a bad exercise. I want to fix all the compiler errors and then have it run the formatter and see what it does with that mess. Because I'm not sure myself what kind of style I like there. The thing is, this used to be longer. Now it's not so long, so I could do that and maybe improve it a little bit. But there's still stuff like how much to indent that, and yeah. I'm indenting this in general because that looks too flat to me. And then I'm beginning the brace there because it looks really awkward to do that. That makes me want to do that, which I don't want to do. So I'm making some kind of sacrifice here with my normal style. Formatter can run with compiler errors. I don't really want it to... I think I might get confused if I did that. Let me do one thing at a time. What happened here? Oh, wait, what? Cannot move out of self because it is borrowed. Move out of self occurs. Is it because of this line? Oh, this was going to take a copy, right? So I need to clone that. The alternative would be to borrow, but I don't want to borrow from state. This is still a problem, though. Okay, I needed to give me a better view. Cargo clippy that. All right. Yeah, did I change this? What did it have before? It worked before. That's the thing that bothers me. That didn't change. That line didn't change. I changed something around it that caused it to change. This I understand that would break. If anything, I'm using state less than I was before. I did drop the state there. Oh, that's the problem. That's one problem. I dropped the state. Yeah, I have to I have to clone the realm first before I drop the state. Realm. Let realm equal that. We're dropping the state in order to... That's what it was. That is on purpose so that we can transfer ownership of self into the cell and give it a common. To have it work with the trait as a trait object. This requires a trait object here. What happened to the formatting or the colorization here? It's all white for me. Shouldn't that be green here? Weird. Just clone the realm. Yep, I got it. Yep. We're all good. And we're compiling. We just have warnings. Because we don't need these anymore. Isn't that nice? Let me just try it out and then we'll try see what the formatter does. We have some warnings though in... Oh, never use the description. Oh, shoot. So I'm going to lose my ability to do this then. Items. It's not going to print that out anymore. I kind of liked that though. That's okay. I can bring that back later through a -- help or something. You drop the state entirely, you could mem replace the realm with an empty string before dropping the state. I don't know how to... I'm not familiar with mem replace yet. Let me take your comment and put it in my notebook. See, there's the things about Rust that I don't know yet, like mem replace. I don't understand that yet. I mean, I can make assumptions about what it means based off what you're saying to do, but I haven't internalized it yet. Take the value out and replace with an empty one. Okay. I'll just take it on faith what you're saying. But I'm not gonna... Yeah, I'll do that later. I think I'll just drop this description, and so we're not printing any special stuff for getting a list of commands. So that means where? Oh, we have an error. All right, because there's no description. And we don't need to clone the path, really? Oh, right, we don't need to do this. It's just scripts path. Right? Because we already made a clone up when we did that. Well, and then extracted it there. Alright, so just got moved. Cargo build, release. Yeah, I'll study it, Silmithan, man. I'll study it in a bit. One thing at a time. Actually need to end the stream soon. I need to eat. In fact, I'm gonna stop the clock on the work rave thing because we're nearing the end of the stream. It's taking a while to build this. Proc macro error. Is this what people were talking about weeks ago, saying how Rust is slow to compile? Could also do let realm equals standard mem take. Interesting. I don't know that either. All these tricks that maybe if I knew before would have made my life easier. I am going to give you both points. There we go. Okay, we built it. Now when I run items... wait a minute. That's not possible. Wait. Did it actually build it? Oh wait, no, we didn't change items. It was scripts. So type scripts.cmd. So if I run without any arguments, I don't really like that. Whoops. I don't want it to print that. Realm sub command help Yeah. Oh, there was a place for me to put the description. Okay. I wonder if I can remove these. I don't need these. Let me find out where this goes. I think I might have an idea. Let me get the original text. If I just undo, I'll get it, right? Because it's one of the last things I deleted. There it is. Put that into the clipboard, and then just redo. Okay, and then I think it goes where I just to implement that, where I describe it, right? Right here. I'm gonna guess it's like description equals, and then paste. That's my guess. You can get rid of the first line by some attributes so that you can remove the flag's help when banning it though. I'd be willing to live with that. Okay, this is not the way to do it. My guess is wrong. I'd be willing to live with having to keep the help inversion, but it'd be nice to be able to turn it off. Oh, did I put it in the wrong place? I did. I did put it in the wrong place. So it's probably here somewhere, right? Something like that, I guess. It's probably not description, it's something else. I should just look at the manual. What do they say to put there? Oh, it just has a comment? Okay, I can do that. So I don't need this attribute at all. I'll just do that. Let's see if that works. Build. Yeah, that did it. They mutably lent it to you, so stealing is fine. Yeah, I just didn't even know that you could take from an owned variable. I didn't know you could take from an owned variable. I've always been using option. That actually opens up a few more possibilities of things I could do and not use option so much. Option and sell. That's what I've been using to do to get around not knowing about mem replace or mem take. All right, so does this work if I actually give it a realm? So if I say a candinal, but it wants a sub command, so I say sync. Okay, so does this have a help? And here I could describe what the path means. Here, probably, right? Is it above or below that? I'm gonna guess it's above. Do I have... I don't think I actually wrote this out. Path to where the game's scripts are stored locally. Let's try that out. The type needs to have some sensible default MV value, so option is reasonable most of the time. Okay. It is pretty nice. Yeah, I'm liking it. There we go. It did exactly what I thought it would do. And if I do it without an argument, it'll say... Shouldn't it actually print out what it means there? Why does it want me to try help? I mean, with the help, it does print that, but why didn't it print that there? Probably should be fine with just let real realm and not dropping it. Yeah, well, I'm just cloning it. I'm just being lazy with cloning it. Depends on if I want to use it somewhere else, right? If I needed to use it in two different places at different times, clone is probably the way to go. Because they each have an independent lifetime. Alright, so in the end of this, can I actually give it the real path? Source ECS scripts. And will it work? Panicked on unwrap. It got a non-online 71. This hardly ever happens in Rust. Oh, we're still storing that here? Oh, that's a bummer. We should not be doing that. That should not exist anymore. Yeah, we don't need that. In fact, I don't think we need commands anymore. That should come up as not needed. I bet you when I get rid of this that it will... Oh no, I still need commands because I need to have the handler. The command specification is just one thing now. I could probably squash that down. Anyway, it's not self-command, it's self-opts command. Oh, how do we know which command it is? Do I have to do a match here? If I have to do a match, then I don't need commands at all, and I'm just going to be calling the right handler. Actually, that makes sense. We would just do a match here, right? Self-ops command. Why is this not helping me with suggestions? Self.ops dot. Am I misspelling? Am I not doing this correctly? It's just not helping. It is command. So it would be... I'm not getting help from the auto-completion here. Let me comment that out, maybe it improves it. Aha. No. No, it's still giving me issues. What? Why can't it help me with that? Now it's helping. Okay, here I don't need it. I don't want to consume it. We just want to borrow it. Oh, am I gonna have another problem with the borrow? Because we're gonna want to call the handler ourselves. Yeah. Underscore, please. Thank you. So I want to call self.sync WebSocket. What's wrong here? Pattern does not mention... Okay, it's ... isn't it? There we go. I got it. Oh, and it didn't run afoul of the borrow checker. That's nice. I thought it would. I thought since we're borrowing here that this would be a problem, but I guess it's not? Interesting. Well, there we go. Any Rust experts that have 1 minute? What's your need, Alan Turing? 1337? Well, we have to at least consider what you need. What's up, Alan Turing? How are you doing? And just to let you know, I'm not a Rust expert. I only have known Rust for 1 month. But I might be able to help. Let's see. Can commands go now? Probably. Yeah, it says I don't need them anymore. Which means I don't need command specifications, right? After I remove that, it's probably going to say, hey, you don't need command specifications. Yeah, you don't need handler. Interesting. Oh, because we still have this. That we don't need. So we don't need this. And then we don't need the whole thing. Look at all this stuff we eliminated. Although this did trick me into doing some separation of concern, or some spreading of concern. The calling of sync. The matches are in different places, right? That if this command should call this is separate now from the fact that we have the name of the command and its description down here. I don't know if I like that. I liked it before where it had the handler and its description in the same place. Well, this doesn't give me that option though, does it? The closest I can do is that the match ensures that if I were to add a command, that I would have to add an arm to every match on the command. Run on the command struct. I could? Oh, yeah, you're right. and have the sync be in the command, not in the self. I don't know. Right now it's convenient that it borrows self because it uses the actually I guess it didn't need to. It doesn't actually need to use self, does it? This is unnecessary. Actually, why is it that the compiler is telling me it's... Why is the compiler not telling me I don't need that? Often have an impl block for subcommands with that infamous run method. I'll consider it. Hold on, let me take your notes. And I just saw Alan Turing wrote something, but I haven't read it yet. Let me copy this down first. Click on the right spot. Okay, how come I can't move my cursor now? That's weird. Okay, Alan Turing said, really struggle with passing an array to a recursive function. You have a cache array that you use to solve some DP problem. Double pointer? But I do not know how to update the cache in your function. You struggle with mutable borrows. I do too, all the time. Hey there, Marco Dev. I struggle with mutable borrows too. Do you have like bpaste or a gist or a Rust playground link with your code in it that we could take a look at? Dynamic programming, okay. Not double pointer. What I've done for recursion with arrays is use slices. Can you use a slice in your example? Used getDuck? No, I never heard of getDuck. Is it something that anyone's mentioned? getDuck. Nope, no one's mentioned getDuck before. Too many lists. Do I have that bookmarked? Yes, I do. DHG Hammond recommended it. Let's see if this mentions slices. I'm curious. Learn Rust with entirely too many linked lists. Okay, they're just running through exercises, right? Okay, this is actually pretty dense. A bad singly linked list. Yeah, this is like, this would be an exercise on its own. Probably take a few hours to go through, right? I don't think this mentioned recursion. I would try, if it's a problem with borrows and recursion, I would try slices. Basically a Rust textbook that explains concepts of linked list implementation. Okay. Oh, you have a gist? Okay. Let me vet it first. Looks okay. Let's take a look at the gist. All right. Make it bigger. Okay. So, row 26. So, right here. That's where you're struggling. Oh, you're grabbing a mutable reference to the memory. Memory is an array. Okay. Wow, I've never seen nested arrays before, but that kind of makes sense. Is that a 3-dimensional array there? 14 by 14 by 14? That's pretty cool. Oh, you guys have already put it into the playground? I see. So we can just pull it straight into that with the same gist, right? Trying to solve up. I never heard of that problem before. What's that called? What does that say? Honeycomb walk. Oh, okay. Interesting problem. Man has already fixed it for you. But can we see a diff and see what you did? Or do I have to flip back and forth and see what the differences are? Okay, looks like what man did is he just dropped the borrow of mem. Oh yeah, this does look kind of weird. It's you're borrowing a reference to a reference. An unnecessary extra reference. Yeah, this is a reference to a reference. So what man did is he just dropped the extra reference there. Can you do a gist, a diff? If you go to the corresponding gist. Oh, so I can just diff the gist with this gist? How do we do that? Is there a compare? I don't see a way to compare gists. That's okay. We could flip back and forth if we can see that's the only change there, unless there's some change further on. Okay, some extra borrows you don't need. And yeah, that's it. So yeah, there you go. So this probably will fail, right? Fail to compile. But this one will be just fine. No, we still have a problem. We still have a problem on line 40. Or is that just a warning? Hold on. Oh, that was just a warning. So the error about it being... The error is gone. We just have the warning about it being unused. You're not using the V vector. Got it. Got it. Yep, looks like he fixed... man fixed it for you. Thank you, man. I probably would not have been able to figure that out. Let's see if... I have to try to think, what would I have thought walking through this without seeing that? I don't know if I would have caught that. I might have questioned why I see two references there, but I might have gotten confused thinking that's needed because it's a multi-dimensional array. I don't know. All right, cool. Well, that's what the community's for. You guys are awesome. It's not just me doing my work, it's also we're bringing together people interested in things like Rust and sharing ideas and also sharing problem solving. All right, so that worked. The only thing I had to sacrifice was the name, the description of the command is, and the name is separate from the handling up here. But I did get to lose a lot of extra code that I didn't need. So maybe let's just do the same thing for items and then we'll call it a day. So items needs to be updated. Start at the bottom, I guess. Let me pull in a copy of the options structure and we'll just change it to suit. So here it is. Take it over to here and paste it. And then I think it's the same thing. We have a realm name, subcommand, and in the subcommand we have 3 subcommands. What were they? What were they indeed? Where's my commands table? Commands, insert. Here it is. Count, find. I should just grab this right now. Into the clipboard it goes. Go back. And we're in the correct file. Okay, then I'm just going to paste it right here and comment it out. Pull what I need from here. Okay, so I have count the number of items in the game. And that's count. And that doesn't have any arguments. Actually, let's just do this trick here. Find does have an argument, so find, its description is here. And this is the name of the path, name of the item to find. And I don't need to do that, right? It's just going to be a string. Try to reformat? Oh, yeah. Okay, I was going to do that. Sorry. Now, there was a shortcut to do this, right? Reformat? Format? Okay. Let me hit back, because what I want to do is stage this, and then I can see the diffs that are just affected by the... What happened here? Oh, yeah, that. I need to stage that and get to see the diffs correctly. So... Stage it, please. I can stage this too. Stage... And the toml as well. Yep. Yeah. Now, reformat. Format. What did it change? It changed a bunch of stuff. What did it change here? Oh, we put it all in one line. Yeah, see, that line is too long for me. What did it do here? Again, so it likes to put things on one line if it can. Is this the one that was complicated looking? I think it was. Hold on. Oh, it added extra spaces there. This might not be the line that was complicated. What's the one that looked weird? I did undo just now because I want to find the weird one. Was it this one? Or was it something different? I don't remember anymore. I'm guessing it was, but I'm not sure. I guess it was. Yeah, that was it. Okay. It actually doesn't look too bad. And what did it look like before? So before, after. Okay, it's hard for me to keep it on the same screen. Before, it keeps wanting to move the cursor around. It really didn't change much with that. It put filter and path on the same line. I guess I'm okay with that. And so there's one less level of indentation there, but it's still, whoops. Now I lost my cursor position completely. It still does that indentation, that's fine. It still kept that, it still kept that brace. Okay, so it's not so bad. You could set the max width in Rust fmt.toml. Ooh. Let's try that. Because I like 80 characters because I'm older. Where would I put this Rust fmt.toml? I'm guessing it would go in my root directory, but I should look it up. Rust fmt.toml, where does it go? You create a toml file, add that, or you can make a dot. That might be preferable, actually. Place it in the project or any parent directory, and it will apply the options in that file. So I'm tempted to just make it a dot file for me and not check it in. Well, no, I do check in I do have this other file for editor, .editor config, where I am opinionated about certain things, so maybe it's on that level. So .rust fmt.toml. Okay, we just need to find out what to put in there. Linus's take on 80 characters? Yeah, he said something controversial, right? He said, like, get over it, we're not on line printers anymore. Yeah. He's actually mellowed out a lot over the years. He used to be a lot more brutal about things. Thing is, for me, I like 80 characters because I like to zoom in. especially when I'm streaming. Like, do you guys really want me to like zoom out of my code? You would not be able to read it as well. Now that when I zoom this in, really the 80 characters natural. Well, I could go a little bit wider actually. When I have this window open, if I go like beyond maybe 70 characters, I'm intersecting with my chat overlay, and I have to collapse that. If I collapse that, maybe I could go out to 100. But if in this case, it actually might make sense to zoom in even more. So there's like a balance between using well, it's not a balance actually at all. It's how best will we use the space to make it easier for people to read. I would use less characters per line. If I use more characters per line, it becomes harder to read. So I think when Linus wrote this, I don't think he had streaming in mind and wanting to show text up close to people with large fonts. Yeah, like I'm not streaming to you in, like I'm not forcing you to watch it in high def. If anything, like I prefer my stream to be readable at 480p. So I think my use case is an exception to the rule. And he's making a lot of assumptions in here about how we would develop. Yeah, like I don't tile my desktop because it would be too small. You guys wouldn't be able to see it. Anyway, yeah, sort of a rant, isn't it? Can I ask you a few questions? Sure, you can. Joe Yesko, how are you doing? Welcome to Twitch, by the way. What's your question, Joe Yesko? Anyway. Oh, man has two different accounts. One with an underscore and one without. So you might be whispering the other one by accident. Anyway. When you use big fonts and have trouble turning your head, less character per line is better. Also 60 to 70 character per line is the recommended typography for books. Yeah, so I think it's really contextually, I think context matters. So I want to keep it under 80 characters because then it allows me to zoom in pretty far and show other windows here without it bumping into other elements of the stream overlay. So yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out here, right? How do I set that? You guys are saying what? That I set it in this file, but I need to find out what the setting is. Or did you tell me what it was? I think someone might have told me what it was. Still waiting for you to ask your question, Joe Yesko. It's been 3 minutes now. All right. I guess I don't see it in chat unless someone says it again. Max width? Okay. Just search for that. It's not on this page, but it probably... okay. Thinking of going to a coding boot camp, but you don't know, is there age limit? No, there's no age limit. Why don't you try one of the free ones online first? freecodecamp.org. Check out freecodecamp.org, and this is not a paid sponsorship at all. It's actually not a bad site for like getting some free boot camp style or taste to that, because they have a lot of like in-depth articles about like learning step-by-step different things, and they also have a lot of add-on material. See what you think. It's all free. But yeah, as far as I know, there's no age limit. If anything, there might be a minimum age requirement for a lot of things. So as long as you're, what is it, age of majority? what's the term? As long as you're not too young, then you won't have any trouble. Twitch is being dumb about your account. I'm sorry about that. I've actually never been to a coding boot camp because they didn't exist when I was learning how to code. It was I learned from just books. All right. This is a lot of information I don't need. Okay, I'm just going to follow Silmith's link because I don't want to waste time. Let's see it in dark mode, please. Thank you. I don't know how you got here, but I'm going to keep this around. You said it was max width, right? Okay. So it's just as simple as just say max width equals 80? Is that all I need to do? Do I need a title for that? Too bad there's no examples here. Oh, so it is that easy. If anything, I might want spaces there. Okay, so given that, can I tell this to format now? It still made a bit of change, but it wasn't as drastic. Oh, it even pushed this onto a separate line. Look at that. It's maybe a little over opinionated. It's a little bit too strict. What if I relax it a tad? Make it 90? It's still crunching. Actually, no. There, it added spaces. You know, I could live with that. I could live with that change. What did it do here? Okay, yeah, I could live with that. And it added spaces there, right? Yep. Hold on, what did it do for that line? Oh, it put the unwrap on the next line? How did it do that? Oh, it's very opinionated on the dots lining up. I guess I'm okay with that. Okay, so far I could live with all of these changes. What about this one? Okay, there it could have fit on one line and they chose to have them on different lines explicitly. I don't know about that. That one's a little bit too much. Maybe there's a way to relax it. Like, do we have to have every segment starting with a dot on a separate line? I fit it all on one line well within 80 characters. I don't know. Yeah, so maybe there's an option to make it less opinionated about that. Force you to run Rust FMT? Yeah, but do they accept custom modifications to the formatter, like what we did here? Because if so, then I can just find the exact settings that work for me, and then I'd be fine with that. Yeah, if I could maybe make it a little bit less opinionated about putting each segment on its own line. What did it do here? Oh, it just added an extra line. That's fine. Oh no, it didn't. It took it out. It combined those two lines. Yeah, I don't like that one. I wanted the hex encode and the ring digest to be on separate lines because what if I forced its hand by having comments? Can I? Because I really want to say first, in fact, I'll do it this way. I'll even have them line up spatially. I'll say here, first, compute the SHA-1 hash. Then encode as a hex string. For second and first. There we go. Now what will it do when I tell it to format? Aha! So that's the trick. The formatter keeps it on its own lines if I have a comment. There we go. 88 is what a popular Python formatter uses. Yeah, I'm gravitating towards 90 because I don't mind if it occasionally goes over. But I didn't like it combining the line to fit under 100. That was a little bit too extreme for me. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of tweaking it. Maybe I can find, like, here again, it's... Well, actually, maybe this one's okay. No. I don't like that change. I think it's being too opinionated about putting that on its own line. In fact, it both put it on a separate line and then it collapsed the lines that I actually wanted separated. I don't like that at all. I like that the key and value were on different lines. And now it squashed them together, and it's harder for me to see. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too picky. What did it do here? It added a comma, and then put the unwrap on a different line. Why did it add a comma? Oh, okay, yeah, because we can do that now in Rust. One option one is chain width. Chain width. Is that what I'm looking for? Maximum width of a chain to fit on one line. Oh. Okay, let's try that. Why am I... Okay, I'm hitting the wrong key. Alright. Let's set chain width also to 90 and see what that does. Okay. Format. Whoops. Format, please. I think it's still doing it, though. Yeah, it's still like... yeah, see, that fit well within the line, and it still broke it up. It adds all possible trailing commas. Yeah, that I'm okay with. I'm okay with trailing commas. I actually like trailing commas, but doing that is a little excessive, I think. And it's too bad that that didn't solve that. Is chain dot separated segments, or does chain mean something different? Yeah. What if I just get ridiculous with it? So I set it to like 190. What does it do now? Yeah, it's still a little bit too opinionated there. What am I looking at? Yeah, see, it put... how do I show this a little bit nicer? It still put the unbounded send on the next line, even though it would have fit in 190 characters just fine. Yeah. So I think it's some other different setting that's forcing it to do that. Again here. Again there. Go to the top of the file. Again here. Okay, whether it's a percentage of max width or not, I set it to a ridiculously high number and it's still putting them on different lines. The line would be too long, you put the argument on its own line. I'm going to guess that that's not the case. What if we do 300 character lines? And 300% or whatever, it's either percentage or it's a number. And then I tell it to format. I'm going to guess it's still going to break my things into different pieces. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Okay, so I'm wrong. Obviously I'm wrong. It's not doing that anymore. So, what does that tell me? Let me try just one of these settings. What if I not even include that line? Maybe it has to do with max width, maybe not. I think it has to do with max width somehow, because there it's not breaking it up. And if it was 90, now it's starting to do it, but it's doing it early, right? That fits in 90 characters just fine. That is only 83 characters. So it's a combination of that and chain width. If that's a percentage, then we're guessing that this would not... No, it's still doing it. Does this number matter at all? No. I could have a ridiculously high number here, and it has no difference on breaking this into two lines. It's only this max width, and it has to be beyond. So what if I just start making this slightly longer each time? Still did it. How about 110? Still did it. How about 120? It's hard for me to find the right place now. Okay, now it didn't, but it had to go all the way up to 120, even though that's only 83 characters long. That's weird. Yeah, but why? Okay, why when I set the width to 110 characters, even though this is only 83 characters wide, why is it still doing that? There must be some other setting, right? This is not over 100. It's not even close to 110. It's at 83 characters. Why is it doing that? It has nothing to do with chain width, or this maybe is illegal. I don't know. It's some other setting, right? Maybe it's some other width. It could be some other kind of width. There's an array width. Function, attribute function like width. Is this it? This might be it, right? Because it's a percentage of the max width. So let me... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What if I just take a wild guess and say that this is iter function like width is... let's set it both to 90. And then undo and then format. Nope. I didn't do it. And just to make sure, if this is a percentage, 100%, yeah, it's still breaking it. Okay, that wasn't it. Script, it's... Which line am I looking at, by the way? This one right here. Okay, it's kind of cool, but I think I don't want to spend all day trying to figure this out. Maybe if you guys have a recommended rustfmt.toml file, I'll try them out. But it looks like I'm going to have to kind of struggle with this to find exactly what my preferences are. And by default, it's a little bit too opinionated about... I can at least pick that one. It's a little bit too opinionated about breaking these, I don't know if you call them chains or whatnot, into separate lines. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's not that bad. I could get used to that. Yeah, like this. Like, why do that? Why not just do that? Is that just a style problem that you're supposed to do that? I don't know. Maybe it's like if it's going to break it vertically, it does it even for the short one. And it's breaking it in the first place because this is somehow longer than some other setting I haven't found yet. Yeah. Most people use the default. You might be wrong. That's subjective impression based off personal anecdote. The default, it was making the lines too long though, right? if I get rid of that, and then format, it was making my lines too long in some places. Where was it? Yeah, like right here. That's too long. It's butting up right against chat even when it's not showing me my sidebar. Sidebar now you have no hope to see what a message is. Whereas originally I had it broken up into 5 lines. So it's a little bit too much, but I could live with something like that, maybe. Now when I format that one, it's not so bad. It's just now a little bit over opinionated about this kind of thing. Like right here, this is a little bit too much. I don't know, I guess I can live with it. I'm going back and forth. I'm sorry, I need to end the stream. I'm getting too tired. Try width heuristics off. Okay, that'll be the last thing I try. We will try width heuristics off. Format. It didn't change anything. It didn't do anything. Did I break it? Or is it happy with my widths now? Like, what if I put this onto the same line for a moment, and then do format? Okay, it's not changing anything now. I think I broke it. It broke it! Either that, or it is okay with that width? What if I set it to 40? Yeah, it's broken. It's not doing anything now. That turns off that, unless... What about that? Yeah, it's utterly broken when I do that. Does that need to be in like a string or something? Nope. That just breaks it completely. Yeah. That's interesting. 40 character limit. It looks like it couldn't do anything with that, but everywhere else it squishes it to 40. That's funny. So we tried it, but it broke the tool somehow. I think I'll just accept this one and move on. Okay, I never finished this work. Should I keep going? Personally, for you, the cognitive load of getting used to auto-format code is small enough to offset not thinking about the formatting. I like to think about the formatting of the code, though. I don't mind the formatter fixing it for me if I tell it to. I'm fine with that. Oh, this needs a using at the top, right? We need this up here. Paste. Oop. Copy. Paste. Alright, and I just need lost. Place orphaned items into global container. That's lost, and it has no other arguments. Wonder if it's case sensitive. It says off in the docs. Scaled is the default. Yeah, I had a mentor once who he would, whenever the team would get into bike shedding or whatever you call it, about like what formatting rules are the best, he would say, you guys had better stop arguing about this, or I'm going to implement a tool which strips all formatting whenever you check into version control, and then when you check out, it'll just use your personal configuration to format it the way you like it. So you'll always see the code the way you like it, but in my version control, it'll have absolutely no extra formatting. I'm like, yeah, that's a good threat there. You like 2 spaces per tab? You like 4 spaces per tab? Well, when we check it in, there'll be 1 space per tab. But then you'll just have to run a tool in order to read your code. Okay, so I need to keep this table around because when we form the match on this command, we're going to have to remember these ones. Guess I'll just keep this here for now. Alright, so then Oh, what's this? Unused stuff here? What's it telling me? Oh, it's just a search thing. Never mind. I got confused. I saw yellow and I thought unused code. All right. It is the way to go. So we're going to do parse all command line options. Oops. That is the new nice way to do it. So we can paste it there and get rid of all these lines, right? We're going to create the tool down below. Down here. Remove all of this. Reading the configuration file. Yep. It actually makes the tool, it makes the program a lot slimmer. All right. So we need to borrow the realm option up here. So it's already borrowed. We don't need to borrow it again. Okay. And then when we run, we just need the configuration in the instance for passing the options. All right. How long did it take me to learn programming? It was so long ago, I have a hard time remembering. But for example, I didn't know anything about Rust 1 month ago. So it's taken me a month to get where I am with Rust. Now, Rust isn't my first programming language, so if it was my first, it would obviously take longer. But my point is that I'm always learning. I'm never stopping learning. And it depends on what kind of programming you're talking about. So Rust took me a month to get where I am. It took me a couple months to learn enough JavaScript and React to do the front end to my game right here. This is about, it took me a month or two to get used to how to program in that. When I first started programming, I was very young, and so it's hard for me to remember. But I don't know, maybe a couple years to write anything useful. I would say that like a fair expectation of someone learning programming from scratch would be give them a year or two of trying out some different programming languages, some tutorials, a boot camp or two, before you expect them to be able to make anything useful or for jobs or something like that. But yeah, really hard for me to answer. I do have a code journey command that shows you some of my history. But it was a long time ago that I started. Okay, so then this new needs to take options. That we just pass along to this guy's new, where he takes the options. And they just get put into self here. And oh, there. And we need to define that here. Options is options. All right, and now we're getting rid of arguments and commands, and probably that's it. And we're getting rid of all of the generic stuff with args iterator. In fact, I'm going to do a global delete of that. There we go. Okay, and we're not going to need command handler, right? Do we need command handler? I do not. Goodbye, command handler. We don't need command specification. Don't need any of that. Okay, we don't need the where clauses. I'll get back to that one in a minute. Okay, so we don't need commands or command specifications at all. Those 3 lines go. All right, continuing on. I'll get back to that in a minute. And that I'll get back to. I'm just doing the easy stuff right now, so I don't need the where clause. Sorry, game is the graphics like Pokemon Red Blue versions. The graphics in my game are inspired by Ultima 4 and Ultima 5, which were really old games from the 1980s. Especially when you see the icons for monsters, they have 2 frames. You know, they're lifting their club and opening their jaws, or they're not. That's like literally the same kind of animation that you had in Ultima 4. So it being a bit of nostalgia from my past, I'm inspired to write that style. And also, it's a little bit more approachable for me. I am not a very good artist at all. So it gives me constraints on what I can draw. As long as I can do a decent job with 32 by 32 pixels with a limited palette, then I don't have to stretch myself and go beyond my capabilities when I'm doing the graphics. So the whole point is that the graphics are limited, and I can spend most of my time doing things that are easier for me, like implementing the game engine, if I do make stories, it'll be largely text-based, and only limited graphics. Otherwise, yeah, if I try to do art like in 3D, it's just going to look like a stick figure mess. We don't want to see that. Okay, we don't need display usage or has command, right? Don't need those. Don't need... Okay, this is where I need to change this, right? We don't need the command or args. We're dropping those completely. And we don't need the realm. It was just configuration and instance. There's no where clause. We don't need to set the args or command, which means we never needed to get the state in the first place, so we don't need to drop it. And we don't... Oh, that does need the realm, doesn't it? So I do need to borrow the state to get the realm out. So what did the other tool do? I'm looking for it. Function run. Yeah, it did this thing. It cloned it and then... Whoops. Cloned it and before we drop it. Paste. So we can do that before we actually get the common, right? So I can move that line down there. So this just gets the realm out so that we can pass it along there. There we go. Try moving the realm without the drop. Yeah, do I even need the drop? Yeah, there we go. Don't need the drop. You're right. Did I need the drop over here? I needed the drop there, otherwise I can't get the self in. Wait a minute. How did I get away with that? Is this because of other errors? Let me leave the drop in there because I'm thinking I still need the drop because we're borrowing from self and borrowing from state to get the realm. Clone, I'm pretty sure we need to do because we don't want to move it out of the realm. We want to give common a copy of the realm part of our options. Can't draw either. 1 and 2, it's always into anime. What I've heard from real artists who practice is they say that's the secret. Practice. You will draw stick figures for a while, and gradually they will turn from stick figures to actually resembling perhaps a human being or an anime character. Then as you keep practicing and practicing, one day someone will look at it and say, wow, that's pretty good. Have you thought about publishing that in DeviantArt or something? And you're like, well, I've just been practicing a lot. I didn't think I was any good. Apparently that's the secret, is just keep practicing. I wish I had time to do that. I have so much stuff that I've put on my own plate. I have barely enough time to do what I've already put on my plate. Really need to drop the state implementing. You would really need the drop if state implemented the drop trait, but since it does not, I think it's not necessary. Yeah, but then why is it that I get this error? I get this error here that says, cannot move out of self because it's borrowed. Move out of self occurs... Okay. Borrow of self state occurs on this line, right? Borrow might be used on... I don't know why it says line 351. When state is dropped and runs the drop code. Okay, it'd probably help if I actually put that into Clippy, right? Wrong, right. Okay, cargo Clippy. And I want to find the errors for script. Here it is. So it says that we borrowed self state here. And we moved out of self there. Borrow might be used here when state is dropped and runs the drop code for mutex guard. So yeah, it's a borrow problem, right? We borrowed it to get the state, and then we tried to move out of self. We have to drop state earlier before we can move self. No, the problem isn't the clone. The problem is that the new takes an own self, but state was borrowed from self. Well, not borrowed. It was we borrowed self state basically it's there. We're borrowing a reference to self state to get a lock result, which we unwrapped to get a mutex guard. So this state is a mutex guard, right? Until we drop it, we might still be borrowing from self, but we can't move that in. So if I got rid of the clone like that, it's not going to fix it. In fact, it makes it worse because it's saying now you've moved it out of something. You can't just move a string out like that. Yeah, no worries, Silmith. It's valuable for me to run through those exercises to make sure I understand what's happening. I need this clone here because this is literally a string which is owned by the options, right? Which we're borrowing from state. So we can't do that because the string simply doesn't implement copy. We can't copy a string. I could get a reference to it, but then we're in the same problem where we're now borrowing something that we dropped. And we had to drop it because we moved self into the cell. So one thing leads to another. Hello again, Marco Dev. You cannot move anything out of it. Well, we can't move anything out, and we can't have any references borrowed at the point where we're tossing it into a cell and giving it to the common part of the code. If I didn't do this thing, then we wouldn't have needed to drop or clone. But I made this conscious decision that the common run is going to own the celled concrete admin tool by trait object. And that's just a design decision. So this maybe is a weak point in the design. Redesign this part and I wouldn't need to clone or drop the state, you know? Hey there, Cthulhu. How close are we to adding more content to the game? I don't know. I'm kind of going down this Rust street. And now I'm a month into doing Rust. I'm even considering rewriting the game engine in Rust. You had a simple struct, not a mutex guard as a custom drop. You could do that? Yeah. Yeah, the state is held through a mutex and an atomic reference count pointer, smart pointer. It's a little complicated. All right. Yeah, Cthulhu, I don't know when we'll get back to content stuff. It's like A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D, and then when someone says, how far are you on A? You're like, well, I was working on A, but then we started working on B, and then while we were working on B, we started working on C, and then it's just, you're like down the rabbit hole. But hey, my stream avatar is a rabbit, so isn't that applicable? In general, let thing equals other thing, the field shall automatically destroy the other thing. Well, not if it's part of something. If it's borrowed, you can't do that, right? Dog's barking. Rewriting the game engine in Rust? Yeah, maybe. I'm really liking it. I'm liking the challenge of using it, the strictness, all that stuff. Okay, so I don't need to do any of this stuff, right? We know what the name is. I don't even need item name. I'm just going to strip item name out. That's in our options. So we don't need to do this. We just do that. Which means I might not even need... Actually... Yeah, I don't even need begin fetch, or begin find by name. So we're using begin find by name, I can just say begin fetch. Okay, it's actually a handler. We'll leave that. In case it changes for a different reason. Okay, so here... This is kind of going to be called a lot, right? No, not really. Oh, no, it's put into a FN. Okay. Right, so we can just, I need to do a match then. Match self dot options dot command. And we're gonna borrow, because what I want out of it is command. Okay. This problem again where it's not gonna help me. I hate this. I have to manually go around here to find it. Yeah. Command opt find. And then what is it? What was the name in there? Name. Okay. Name. Does all this, right? And we'll say for every other command, it is going to be false. Because I can. And you can't stop me. So that name goes... Okay, I need... Let's call it item name. And then drop the self and we're done, right? Yes. I did it. Is it true that those big tech co-founders are just good business people, not good programmers? A lot of people have said that. I think it has to do with being at the right place at the right time and knowing the right people. So there's a bit of luck, but also knowing the right people helps if you have a small team of people that each has expertise in a different area of things. Like if you have a good programmer with a good marketing person and a good business person and a good legal person, that's the perfect combo, I think. If you have the business person, legal, technical, and marketing, sales and marketing, those four or five all together, and you have them work on the right thing at the right time with the right conditions, then that's the recipe for a hit. But there's just so much luck that has to be thrown in there. Yeah, I'd say it's mostly luck. The people that are the big tech co-founders were lucky because, you know, statistically speaking, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people that had the same capabilities, knowledge, experience as those big tech co-founders, but they weren't lucky enough to be at the right place at the right time, knowing the right people. Yeah. But it's not good enough to have luck. As like an example would be the guy who made Flappy Bird. He was lucky, but Flappy Bird is not, people don't talk about it anymore because he couldn't handle the fame. He didn't have the capability to ride and extend the huge hit that he made. So you got to have both. You have to have the capability and the luck both, I think. Yeah, the combination of competency and luck. Okay, we're dropping item name. All right. So here again, in fact, this is a better place to be using the command anyway, right? Rather than looking at it as string and looking at the string again. This is actually clean up the code a bit. So again, we're going to match self ops command, and it's command opt count goes to that. It's really finicky about helping me with the syntax, isn't it? It has to do with the fact that this can't be compiled. I hate it. I get too dependent on my IntelliSense. Find and lost. Find, which has something in here which we don't care about, does that, and then lost does that. And actually, I don't even need this because we handle all arms, right? There we go. Perfect. I did it. Oh, did I not assign that? I didn't assign it. Let item filter equal. Arguably, I don't need that name. I could have combined that with the if, but I'll just keep it separate. So I'll do the same thing here. So this is match self.opt command. And I'm just going to copy paste. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you guys convinced me to look at StructOpt. It's actually making the code a lot nicer. I don't need to have these handle default panics. The names actually are in the variant itself. And rather than having hard-coded strings, I like it already a lot better. Thank you, friends. So the work, that was also a match, wasn't it? That, yeah, we have to have a match. Right, so here's where I need to know where the handlers are. Because that takes the place... This is where we put the handlers. So there is no sync. Instead, I have it commented out somewhere. Here it is. I need this big comment, and I need to pull that up. So cut, and we'll paste it right here. Okay, so it's count goes to self.begin count. All right, and then command opt find something is self.begin find by name. And then command opt lost go whoops self dot begin adopt orphans. And they don't need the rest of this stuff now. Goodbye. Oh, what happened there? Weird. Fixed it. I'll patiently wait until I believe using SERD entirely with structure. Yeah, but I tried that and it didn't work out so well with me. I guess it's worth a second try now that I'm better at Rust. I can accept that. Okay, we didn't need to mutate state here, apparently. Now I'm fixing warnings. I'm done fixing warnings. We have no warnings. Yay! Alright. Cargo build, release. I didn't try hard enough. Yeah, I would agree with you. So I owe it to you guys to try SERD deserialize again at some point. So okay, I should be able to run this manually, right? To test all the ways it can fail. Target, release, items. Okay. And it lists all the commands I can do. Great. So did I do like find help? Name of item to find. Great. So if I say count, it should say the realm is required, which I don't have documented. Okay, let's document that. Realm. Name. Do I have that in the other place? Maybe I missed that too. I did miss it there. Name of the game realm to which to connect. Well, name of the game realm to contact. There we go. Or name of the game realm to access? Sure. All right. Build that. Wow, long stream today, almost 6 hours. Okay, and that's right. I needed to remember it doesn't actually document what realm means unless I do that, and it should say the name of the realm to access. Okay. So I have to say account and all. Oh, it was the other way around. Count. Connecting, and it worked. And if I do find, it'll say I need the name. Okay, find gold. Great. Let's check it in. I'm getting so tired. Hey there, Smack in the Box. Smack in the Box, I feel like I only see you when I stream way longer than I should. I'm like a full 2 hours almost beyond my normal schedule. I allow myself to stretch to 5 hours, but now it's like one of those days where I just kept going. Okay, so this is refactor admin tools to use StructOpt. StructOpt for argument parsing. And we'll check this in separately. Add a Rust FMT toml to customize Rust code formatting. There we go. Push that. No sound. Oh no! No sound feels bad, man. Yeah, I can't even type feels bad, man, really quick. That push to GitHub or Bitbucket took forever. Why is it so slow? All fixed? Well, hello, Smack in the Box. I was just saying that I only really see you in my stream when I go way longer than I should. Because my normal schedule is 4 hours and I allow myself to stretch it to 5, but as you can see from the uptime counter, I'm almost like at the 6-hour mark. But how are you doing? I'm going to lose my voice if I don't finish up the stream and rate somebody. I'm also haven't eaten and it's 3 in the afternoon for me, so I guess I'll just do a recap for anyone who missed what I did today and then pass it along. So if you're wondering what the heck I'm doing, I'm working on this game that I've been building up. One of the things that I need to do in this game as the admin of the game is occasionally run little command line tools like this, where we're counting the number of items in the game, we're finding specific items in the game, other things like that. And those tools I wrote in Python, and I recently ported it to Rust to just get some practice because I learned the Rust programming language. And today I worked on refactoring. So the main refactoring I did today was in reverse order, I guess, is we're using StructOpt to parse our command line arguments. It's really nifty. I'm glad that chat convinced me to do it. We only need one line of code to do all of our command line handling. So we just define a structure that gives the shape of our command line options. So here we have a realm name that's required, and then we have a subcommand, which using an enum, we can have different variants. Right now, this tool only has one, which is the sync. So you'd have to say the realm name, and then you have to say the word sync, and then give a path to where the game scripts are stored, and then the tool would proceed. If not, it would give you an error, and it handles getting command line usage and all that stuff for you, and it's really nifty. So then we're using that structure directly rather than parsing the command line in a vector or an iterator. So at the beginning of the day, it was just taking the command line in as a vector, and I changed it to work with an iterator, and then changed it from iterator to StructOpt. I don't regret moving it to an iterator and then promptly deleting the code because I needed practice working with iterators. Also learned that once we take an iterator and when we put it into our tool, because the tool itself doesn't know the concrete type of the iterator, I had to make the tool a generic type, and that spread generics throughout the code unnecessarily. So I'm actually happy that I was able to remove that generic stuff out. One day in the midterm future, you should decide a JSON format to be able to deserialize completely. That would remove so much ugly code. Like this, right? So this is the consequence of me not wanting to decipher or deserialize this configuration object into a structure first. Instead, we're indexing into it as if it was an object, and then that thing also has to be an object. So interpret it as an object, otherwise crash, and then see if it contains a certain key. This would not be needed. We would just somehow encode this error message when we deserialize the configuration in the first place up here. That's the part I'm not quite sure how to do. This string, I don't want to delete. We still want to print that if this constraint fails, but it would need to move because the way you do deserialization is completely different. You don't get a configuration and then check to see if it had the thing or not. You would have to do it as far as part of specifying what the configuration type is. Something like protobuf. Yeah, well, that's for binary. The CERD JSON is still JSON. It's just parsing it into a structure in memory. If to move to protobuf would be everything is binary, not just in memory, but when it's saved to disk, it would also be memory. Because that's what protobuf is for, protocol buffers, where everything is binary on the wire. Here it's still JSON on the wire. It's only binary in memory. So kind of halfway to protobuf, I guess you could say. Anyway, those are the refactoring steps I made today. I also played around with the formatter for Rust, so it formats the code to look like that, as opposed to what I had before, which I think I had this all in one line or something. And that's about it. The rest of this code was like this at the beginning of the day. I went over the most complex part of the tool, which is a function that returns an asynchronous result. They call it a future in Rust. And because we're returning it from a concrete object function, I guess you could say, and we can't use the async sugar, syntax sugar here, because this wouldn't work because this is defined in a trait and that's just not supported yet. I have to actually do a little bit more than have a regular asynchronous result. I have to use this pinned boxed trait object. And I was talking about before how understanding this line of Rust code requires knowing like a minimum of 6, maybe even 8 or 9 or 10 different concepts in Rust. And I went over them. It's a fascinating study. I should probably just take this line and break out what you need to know in Rust to understand this line. And that is the Rust learning cliff, or learning curve, which to me is like a cliff sometimes. And the fact that to make that thing, we had to pin a box with an asynchronous block, and not only did we take an asynchronous block and pin it in a box, we also processed a stream, which involved passing a closure, which returns a future, to a stream processor. So there's just a lot of stuff that went into here, and that's why it took me a month to get this far. That line's great, yeah. If you take the attribute above, it's even more advanced. Yeah. I might do that as a blog post, actually. Including whether it's send or not, right? You could take just these lines and make a blog post about all the concepts you'd have to understand to read it. Like, what is a type alias? What is a lifetime specification? What's a trait? What's an associated type? What's a trait object? What's a box? What's a pin? What a generic is? Just so many little details here. I don't even know what this was, probably something else too, right? What a feature is in Rust. I think it has to do with like turning things on or off at compile time. Just so many little things about this. Yeah, conditional compilation. In C, C++, the way you do it is pound if def feature alloc or something like that, right? So the way you do it in Rust is configuration feature. Sir JSON will say which field is missing. I appreciate your insistence on me using Sir JSON to do C serialization. I just don't have the strength to do it today. We can run it and see though. What's its out? Oh, we can't see any output. What is this doing? You didn't set it up to run any output. It panicked. Oh, it panicked. That's the output. Missing field key. See, I can't even read. It's so late. Out of curiosity, why did you use the R string rather than the HTML macro? I mean the JSON macro. The JSON macro would have been oh, because the JSON macro does the equivalent of those two to combined, right? You could have used the JSON macro and then serialized it and then deserialized it, I guess. It's past midnight there too. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I'm keeping you all up too late anyway. So I'm going to leave it on my game screen, and I'm going to find someone to raid. Yeah, raw literal string, so you didn't have to worry about generating it. Yeah. I got it. Who could be streaming at this hour? Oh, I have never before had the opportunity to raid someone doing Rust who usually raids me and isn't a viewer of the stream, so let's do that. I'm going to raid someone who is working on Rust and has been in the channel before and has helped out a lot. Hey there, Rally Monkey. I'm just about to go. Hello and goodbye. Sorry that you missed the stream. I'm going to be raiding EctinDev. EctinDev has been in the stream before, helping out a lot with Rust, and I think EctinDev is actually doing Rust right now, so let's give them a raid. EctinDev, here we go. Starting up this raid. EctinDev right now is doing digital audio synth chill coding. Come chat with them, doing Rust and synth stuff. Sounds fun to me. All right. I hope you guys have an awesome day. I'll be back tomorrow. Please stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Thank you for being here. Bye.